with. So we just want you to aptly rename yourself on the screen so that we can identify you as a distinguished Toastmaster. So if you're a distinguished Toastmaster, please identify yourself. If you're a Toastmaster, please identify yourself with a TM. If you're a distinguished Toastmaster, please put DTM beside your name. And if you're a first timer, put FT beside your name. So we know that you're a first time Toastmaster or first time attending or district conference. We're going to get the program on the way in approximately 2 minutes. Please remember to properly name yourself. If you're an area director, please let us know. If you're a district officer, please let us know. If you've been assigned a respective virtual background, you can find those backgrounds in the Hoover folder. Once again, I want to encourage everybody to put in the chat, how do you crawl? Answer the following question. How do you crawl and grow towards the completion of your life and Toastmaster goals? Welcome to the second day of the District 47 Annual Virtual Conference under the theme Reimagine. I am the District 47 2021-2022 Logistics Manager, Distinguished Toastmaster Darren Kennedy. Thank you for having me and thank you for being here. Please join me in listening to the anthems of the Bahamas and the United States of America. Lift up your head
Waving high. See how the world wants a man of your bearing. Pledge to excel through love and unity. Pressing onward, march together to a common loftier goal. Steady sunward, though the weather, hide the wide and treasure show. Lift up your head to the rising sun above the land, till the road you've tried lead unto your goal. March on,
As a reminder to all, our district mission is we build new clubs and support all clubs in achieving excellence. Toastmasters International core values are as follows: integrity, respect, service, and excellence. Please help me welcome our Program Quality Director, Distinguished Toastmaster, Austin Canonical.
Thank you so much, Distinguished Toastmaster Darren Kennedy. Welcome, confreres from District 47, Toastmasters all over the world, friends and family from wherever you may be located. Thank you for joining us for night 2 of the District 47 virtual conference, the Reimagine Conference Experience. Really quickly, by a show of your reaction buttons, let's see a party emoji if you were in attendance last night. Let's see how many party emojis we can see from attendees from yesterday. Excellent. If this is your first night attending our conference, let's see a heart. Post a heart if this is your first night joining us for our conference. Come one, come all. Thank you for being here. We have an action-packed evening ahead of us. But before we get into the meat and potatoes of our conference for this evening, there are several dignitaries and special, very important persons, which I'm going to name right now. And we thank you for being in attendance, being in our midst. I'd like to start with our past international president, distinguished Toastmaster, Deepak Menon. Oh, by the way, as I list everyone, if you wouldn't mind, show some love, show the hearts, show the clap emojis as I list our dignitaries. We also have our Region 8 advisor, distinguished Toastmaster Natanya H. Walker. Our past Region 8 international director, distinguished Toastmaster Christina Kilberg. Our past Region 8 international director, distinguished Toastmaster Anthony Longley. Member of District 47, past Region 6 international director, distinguished Toastmaster Carol Brinsky. Our past Region 8 advisor, distinguished Toastmaster Antoinette Fox. Past District 47 governors and directors, all of which are distinguished Toastmasters, Pamela Roll, Janine Kinsey, Maurice Fuller, Leonardo Burrows. Our district officers for the 2021-2022 Toastmasters year, our district director, distinguished Toastmaster Shakira Taylor. Our club growth director, distinguished Toastmaster Lois Margolin. Our immediate past district director, distinguished Toastmaster Barbara Strastis. Our district public relations manager, Toastmaster Rodney Bain. Our district administration manager, distinguished Toastmaster Michelle Washington. Our district finance manager, Toastmaster Arlene Prudhomme. Our district conference chairs, distinguished Toastmasters Antoinette Bailey and distinguished Toastmaster Ernesto G. Williams. But of course, we have our 7 division directors. Our Division A director, distinguished Toastmaster Andrea Robinson. Our Division B director, distinguished Toastmaster Roosevelt Jean-Francois. Our Division C director, distinguished Toastmaster Elizabeth George. Our Division D director, distinguished Toastmaster Deandra Dorset. Our Division E director, distinguished Toastmaster Tiffany C. Burrell Roberts. Our Division F director, distinguished Toastmaster Gerard Roll. And our Division I director, Toastmaster Derek Garcia Roll. For all of our area directors and district committee chairs at this time, please show the thumbs up emoji if you are here, and everyone else, throw those hearts, throw those celebrations and our clap emojis. Let's show the love to all of our area directors and district chairs that are in attendance for our conference this evening. Everyone else, you can give yourself a big pat on the back for being here too. We all love you. At this time, please help me welcome our energetic and enthusiastic district conference co-chair, distinguished Toastmaster, Ernesto G. Williams.
Thank you so much, distinguished Toastmaster Austin Canonica. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Forrest Tuff is an award-winning speaker, author, podcaster, talk show host, and film producer. He is the founder and CEO of One Vision Productions, a multimedia and branding company whose clients range from commercial and government agencies to Fortune 100 corporations such as Coca-Cola, McDonald's, 20th Century Fox, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Since 2015, it has been listed as one of Atlanta's best and brightest companies to work for by the National Association for Business Resources. Recognized among Georgia's most powerful leaders and the top 100 transformational leaders in the country by the John Maxwell team, he is a certified business and life coach and internationally renowned speaker. He has delivered keynotes and workshops throughout the United States and in 15 countries across 5 continents. In 2021, he became only the 89th speaker in the world to receive the prestigious accredited speaker credential from Toastmasters International. Tuff is also an active volunteer and philanthropist. He founded a Pay It Forward program in 2015 that annually awards a grant to a nonprofit organization. He is a recipient of the MLK Drum Major for Service Award, Outstanding Georgia Citizen Award, and President's Lifetime Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, Toastmasters and guests, Toasties with the Mosties, please put up your hands together and use those virtual emojis, those virtual reactions to welcome our accredited speaker and our keynote address speaker for this evening, distinguished Toastmaster, accredited speaker, Forrest Tough.
Good evening, everyone. After such a wonderful introduction, I can't let you down tonight. I have to bring it. We have to reimagine what Toastmasters means in our life. You see, many of us have been a part of Toastmasters. And I can admit, after a while, it starts to seem as if Toastmasters is just a part of life. But we have to remember, who were we before we joined Toastmasters? How do we approach a crowd when it was time to speak? Did we have the confidence to show up and show out? Or did we want to share our lunch with everyone that was standing there? I remember those days of feeling queasy when it was time to get in front of others and be a leader, or to step up and speak out and share my voice. Fellow Toastmasters, distinguished guests, and distinguished leaders, today I want you to think about how Toastmasters has impacted your life. And we're going to share tools that will help us to continue to grow within Toastmasters as this world is changing. And we'll find ways to reimagine how Toastmasters can continue to impact our life. Today, I want to take you on a journey and talk about how we can illuminate our path as we move into the future. Now, as we move forward, I want to talk about a couple of things. First, let's get this set up. Give me just a second. So we're going to talk about transforming the mind. As I work on getting this display to show correctly, I want you to also think about this. How many of you, as you've gone on this journey, have decided that you want to continue this journey with Toastmasters? Now, if that's you, I want you to understand that there's a couple of things that have got to happen in order for that to take place. You have to continue to see the changes within Toastmasters as a way to grow. You have to understand that as we continue to grow within Toastmasters, there are certain things that will adapt as the time. And as we continue on this path, there are a couple of things that can help us as we continue on this journey. These 4 things that I want to discuss today are going to be the preparation you need to grow, your attitude, the training, and your heart. And when I say heart, I'm talking like an old school coach, that tenacity to never give up, to continue to grow as times are changing. So as we talk about preparation, what does that mean? What does it mean to prepare for something? It means that when you're going into war, you know what you're doing. Think about it. When our cadets get into the military, they don't just take them and ship them off. They put them in boot camp because they knew they need certain skills in order to attack the world. And we have this saying, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And that's what Toastmasters provides for each and every one of us, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. One thing I find interesting, when I joined Toastmasters in 2017, it was the legacy program. We had books. Everything was face-to-face, in person. Right as I became comfortable with the legacy program, Pathways was kicking the door down. And there was a lot of back and forth about, is Pathways going to work? And we loved the old program. But this is one thing I have to say about Toastmasters. Visionary. They didn't know the pandemic was coming, but they knew that they had to meet the times where they were. And it benefited everyone that was a part of this organization. Guess what? We could no longer meet in person. So how are we going to have that experience? We had pathways. See, Toastmasters led the way. They prepared for change before it even happened. And so it allowed us to continue to grow professionally, and to grow in our personal development. So how do you prepare? How do you get ready? That's right. Practice, practice, practice. One of my favorite martial artists and philosophers, many of you might have known him in the 70s, his name was Bruce Lee. He said he feared a man that practiced one kick 10,000 times more than he feared anybody that practiced 10,000 kicks. And what does that mean? It means that you hone in on who you are. You learn to become your authentic self. You focus on being the best version of you. You take the programs, you take the skills, you take everything that this program has to offer, and you create the best version of yourself. And that's what it means when you practice. It doesn't mean you become perfect. It means that you actually become better, more proficient in what you're doing. And that is the point of practicing. You practice, so you can be prepared for that opportunity. When they ask you to stand up and say a word impromptu, guess what? You've been in table topics. You're not scared, you're not queasy. You grab the mic and you see that green, yellow, and red light, and you wow that crowd. And someone will come up to you and say, hey, how did you do that? And you tell them, Toastmasters. Because we need to be advocates for this program. Because as these times are changing, we need to make sure that we're the voice to let everyone know this is how you continue to grow in your professional and personal development. Now, while I'm on this point of practice and preparation, I want to take a sidebar. I want to talk about platforms. You see, now that we're virtually, and we're going hybrid also, but in this new virtual environment, I think it's important to say that while many of us may be comfortable with Zoom or comfortable with a certain platform, it might be in your best interest to practice on various platforms, especially if you're a speaker. If this is something you want to do as a profession or just to give presentations on your jobs, it's great to understand different platforms. You see, when I started doing virtual presentations, I was only comfortable with Zoom. And then I was asked to be on a podcast. And I said, wait a minute, I don't know what StreamYard is. The green screen didn't work. My background didn't look as great as it did on Zoom. So this is a sidebar. As you practice and prepare in this virtual environment, just as you would if you're in person, learn the platform so you can give the best possible presentation of yourself and represent the organization that has given us so much. Now, the next point that is so paramount to your growth is your attitude. Attitude is everything. It reflects how you think. It gives off energy to the people that you're around. And the way you think is the way you will move in life. A positive attitude, it gives you feelings, great feelings of joy. You ever been around somebody so positive and exciting, it just rubs off on you? That energy is amazing. It's something you want to keep going with. You want to give it out to the next person. But a negative attitude is just the same. Have you ever been dumped on by your manager or your boss? You know why? They caught it from up top and they just trickle it on down. So when you have that negative attitude, think about how it affects your friends, your family, your loved ones. Your attitude reflects your destiny. And if you focus on maintaining a positive attitude or doing everything you can to try to remain positive, then things can happen for you. And I'll share with you some stories of how that's happened with me personally in my life. Now, I won't tell you to stay positive without giving you a couple of instances on how to do it. Now, one that I will say is focus on long-term goals. Now, it's not to say don't think about short-term, but here's the thing. Short-term goals sometimes don't work out as planned. Give yourself some leeway. It's okay to fail. Failing is just education. It doesn't mean you lost. So if you fail, learn from that mistake. Get back on the horse, do it again. And if you set long-term goals, then you'll find yourself getting there, failing, getting there, failing, getting there. A mission accomplished. So even in those short-term goals, be okay to say, you know what? This may happen. I may fail, but that's a part of the success. You see, you have to face that fear and fail before you can really achieve that success. And it shares that story. Now, this is one, I heard they call it the tea, I guess because you're stirring up a pot. Try to avoid spreading gossip. You know, gossip isn't something that's going to be beneficial to anyone. It's not uplifting. It's usually he say, she say, and it's just something to talk about, something that's good to sit around and talk about others. But in order to keep that positive attitude, stay away from those types of conversations. Stay involved in conversations that are uplifting or moving forward. Also, find music that fits your mood. You know, dance, have a great time. Music can uplift your spirit. How many of you can remember your first magical moment in high school or something of that nature? And it's wrapped around music. Music is one of the only mediums that has memories attached to it of good or bad. So if you have music that's nostalgic or gives you great feelings, listen to that. It'll help change that mood and keep you in a positive attitude. Try to find time to yourself. You know, whether that's praying or meditation or exercising or taking yourself off of social media. Oftentimes when you're on social media, just watching people, sometimes it can become depressing if you think that others are doing things that you would like to accomplish. Step away. Take time to focus on you. And when you do that, you'll find out it'll give you a better state of mind. And laugh. It's okay to have a good time. Don't take yourself so serious. You know, as I sat there and I listened to the introduction of things that have happened, accomplishments, you know, in actuality, it means nothing. It's just stuff. It's just things. And if you start to believe the hype of what you've accomplished, you can lose out on things that are coming your way. Be a people person. We're in the business of people. We're in the business of having fun, having engagement with people. So don't take yourself too serious. Laugh and have a great time. Those are things that can really be beneficial in your growth, in your transformation, in the metamorphosis of you becoming a better you. Now I want to show you a little exercise that I saw online. They had 6 people to come up. 3 of them had a positive thought. 3 of them were negative. They said, how many of you feel like you can count this magazine within 10 seconds? Count all the pages. 3 of the people said it's not possible. The other 3 said it's actually possible. Now, when they did the test, and you can try to count for 10 seconds, see if you can see how many pages there are in 10 seconds. That time is almost up, and stop. Do you have a number? I'll tell you what, I'll give you a couple more pages. Yeah, that's right. Now, when you saw that, do you think it's possible? Well, the 3 people that said it was possible actually figured it out. The other 3 couldn't. And why do you think that was? Because of the positive thought process. You see, within that page, there was one page that said stop counting. There are 48 pictures. Oftentimes, your mind can play tricks on you. And if you're not careful, you can miss an opportunity that's right in front of your eyes. So be positive. Think positive. Make sure that you don't think when you climb that tree as a caterpillar, that when you wrap yourself up, you'll come out as a caterpillar. No, you'll become a butterfly, because that's how we think. You have to transform your mind, transform the way you see the world. When things are negative, think positive, because the negative is going to happen whether you think it or not. But you have to do everything you can to change your outlook. Now, as we talk about training and skills, this is where we talk about the shameless plug of Toastmasters. But I'm also going to talk about how it applies in my personal life and professional life. And maybe you can find symmetry as you evaluate the things that you've done in your life. Now, we know all this starts at the club experience. And if I wanted to break Toastmasters down into the most simplest form, you become a better leader, a better listener, and a better speaker. Now, my wife said, you know, I wish they had a world championship of evaluation and listening. She says, I think it'd be great if everyone listened a little more. And I asked her, was that directed at me, or was that just yeah. Anyway, she was just making a point. But that is the thing that Toastmasters does. It gives us skills that we didn't know we needed. We came to Toastmasters just to speak, just to declare to the world that we are here. But they said, guess what? We can make you a better leader. And we can show you how to listen effectively so that you can lead better, or listen effectively so you know what to say. You see, all of them are intertwined. And when you go through that club experience, it starts from the moment you walk in the door. The sergeant at arms has already prepared the room. You're greeted by someone, says, hey, welcome to Toastmasters. Immediately, you're sold. You're like, this is, wow, they care about me. You see, Toastmasters, they don't have it in here, but they're in the people business. They're the business of people. And that is why it's so important for Toastmasters continue to grow. We have to continue to reach out to people. It's not just the program is amazing, but it's the connection with people. The opportunities that we have in Toastmasters, not only to be leaders at just the club level, but all the way until the international level. This is something that you can take to your professional world, to your life. You can move up the corporate ladder. And they give you all of this for very, very, very low cost. That's affordable. I want you to think about this. If you're not a member of Toastmasters and you're looking for something to help you grow, or you're looking to continue to grow, step outside of the club level. If you're a Toastmasters who's been a Toastmaster for 10, 15 years, I challenge you, go to the next level. Go to the area level, go to the district, division, go to the regional, become a leader, stretch yourself, expand yourself, learn more about these opportunities. Because if you feel stagnant, it's not that the program is stagnant. You just have to open yourself up to be a part of what Toastmasters has to offer. We have club community-based programs. If you want to give back, Toastmasters provides that opportunity. Start a youth leadership program. Give back to the youth. Help them start a gavel club. These skills are so important for them now. We also have the Speaker Bureau. If you're a person who loves to talk and you have something you want to share, this is a great way to share your expertise. And I trust me, before I became an accredited speaker, I was a member of the Speaker Bureau. I spoke every opportunity I could. If they needed a speaker, I was there, because I knew that that was practice as I continued to work on my professional ground. Everything that you do to prepare for your destiny, for your transformation, for your metamorphosis, you have to actively seek it. And speech contests, we'll have those after I finish. But what's so amazing is that these speech contests challenge you in different ways. Effectively talking to a crowd for 7 minutes and making an impact that it resonates around the world. That's amazing to me. The world champion of public speaking is such an amazing feat to make an impact on individuals with 7 minutes. There's so much you can do within Toastmasters. There's so many things that can help you to grow, to help you to be better in your business. And I'll show you how it's been beneficial to me as a business owner. I started a media production company 18 years ago. And in this business, I've done very well, but I've done even better since I became a Toastmaster. The leadership skills that I've learned have enabled me to become a better leader because the generations and the technology are changing. Employees are getting younger. They think differently. They come from a different era. So I needed professional development to know how to deal with them, how to be empathetic, how to understand their mindset. So these are things that I learned within Toastmasters, and also how to communicate with them. You see, all three of those skills that I talked about, leader, listener, speaker, they all work in all these professions. As a film producer, I have to work with crews, work with staff, work with my team. I had a situation where I was introduced to a producer for 20th Century Fox. And right on the spot, he asked me, why should we hire you? Table topics. And I was hired by 20th Century Fox as an independent film producer, not a third party. I was hired on the spot by the producer. You see, I understood the assignment. I was prepared. I was ready for my opportunity. And if you take that opportunity and you see Toastmasters as what it is capable of providing for your life, you'll do the same. Now, as a coach, I have to listen to people and help them in their finances and also to open their businesses. There's no one systematic thing that works for anyone. I've been a mentor with SCORE, it's through the Small Business Administration, for 7 years. And in that time, I've had the opportunity to work with hundreds of small business owners that have different needs. I had one business owner to tell me, listen, I want to take over the world. That's a tall order. So you have to listen to them and you have to learn how to explain to them, yes, you can take over the world. Let's take over your city block first. And it's a good way to do this. And Toastmasters has given me these skills. And I tell you, it has truly helped me in my professional business. So whatever you're doing, try to find a way to understand how Toastmasters can help you to grow in your business. Now, as we come to the final part, that heart, my coach used to use this word. I still don't know what it means. He says, tough. You got to have intestinal gumption. Intestinal gumption? What is that? In other words, he was saying, you got to dig deep. You got to never give up. You have to be a part of winning. You have to be a part of achieving what you want. You have to have love and passion for what you want to achieve. How many of you have heard this saying? When you fall, get back up, because we will fall. If you look at a baby falls when they're trying to walk, but they get right back up because that's a part of the process. So as you continue to grow, remember, you will fall, but just get back up. It's okay. And say what you want to believe about yourself. If you want to be a great speaker, you're a great speaker. Say it. Don't just think it. Say it out loud. Declare it. I have value. I believe in myself. You see, if you don't believe it, no one else will. You have to believe that whatever you want to do in life, you can. And you have to say it every day until it makes absolute sense. In 2020, I declared that I was going to be an accredited speaker. It went virtual. The world shut down. And I missed going to Paris because that's where the international convention was. So I had to do it from my house. So what you see right here is me making a stage, acting as if I'm in Paris. I made my poster. I was prepared for my opportunity. And I failed. That's okay. That's a part of the process. It's a learning experience. When they told me, listen, you're not an accredited speaker, And I looked at my evaluations and I saw why. I could have said, oh, you guys don't know what you're talking about. This lady didn't know what I was saying. You can go that route, but it doesn't help anything. It's self-defeating. You have to focus on growth. Toastmasters is an organization that wants you to succeed. So when you look at the evaluations they give you, learn from it. And so I had to focus on people's opinions, that fear of failure, the self-doubt. But in the end, I recognized that it was up to me. I had to look at that person in the mirror, and just like the evil queen in Snow White, I said, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the best speaker of them all? You have to believe it. Even when you don't, you have to say it, say it, say it, say it. And when you do that, you'll knock out your fear and your mind will transform. You will metamorphosize and you will become something you never imagined you could accomplish. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you the path that you're on is where you need to be, you are in the perfect place with the perfect organization. The only thing you need to do is ask yourself, am I taking full advantage of Toastmasters? Am I prepared to give of myself and push myself to prepare? Change my attitude, accept the training, and have heart to never give up. If you do that, I promise you, not only will you transform your mind, but you'll be able to reimagine who you never thought you could be. I want to leave you with this final statement. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. Mr. Toastmaster.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to distinguished Toastmaster Forrest Huff. Use those virtual reaction buttons. Wow. If you weren't taking notes, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share a few of mine with you. Believe it, dig deep, and have love and passion for what you want to achieve. Understand the assignment. When you fall, get back up. Invest in yourself. Enable positive energy consistently. And of course, utilize the brilliance of Toastmasters, which prepares you for every opportunity in life. Thank you so much to distinguished Toastmaster Forrest Huff. And ladies and gentlemen, I know you may want to hear more, just like I would. But of course, we have a competition to go to. Feel free, if you have any questions, to connect with distinguished Toastmaster Huff via the Hoover app or right here in the Zoom chat very quickly if he's able to type a response. But definitely the Hoover app is available. Our prayer is that you took those words and you utilize them, not for the benefit of yourself, but also for your clubs, for your mentors and your mentees, for your coaches. This is good stuff. Again, distinguished Toastmaster Huff, thank you so much. Hang tight, ladies and gentlemen, and get ready. Buckle up, because we're about to head into the very first District 47 contest of 2022. Beginning with our table topics contest, continuing with the evaluation contest. Are you ready? Because I sure am. It will begin in 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the District 47 contest will officially begin in 2 minutes. The District 47 contest will officially begin in 2 minutes. Good evening, fellow Toastmasters and welcome guests. This event is now called to order. We need to let you know that by attending this online district speech contest, you agree to the privacy policy of Toastmasters International, as well as the unassociated remote hosting service. Some of your personal information, such as name, image, and any other shared messages may be shared with other meeting participants and will be recorded by Toastmasters International, who may use the recording in the future as it sees fit. Your remote attendance hereby discharges Toastmasters International from all claims, demands, rights, promises, damages, and liabilities arising out of or in connection with the use of distribution of said video recordings, including but not limited to any claims for invasion of privacy, appropriation of likeness, or defamation. Thank you. Now, please help me to give a warm welcome to our contest master for this evening. Let me see those emojis. Let me see you clap your hands, and let us welcome to the virtual lectern our contest master, Toastmaster Charmaine Hannah.
Good evening, fellow Toastmasters and most welcome guests. Welcome to the Table Topics Contest for District 47. I am Toastmaster Charmaine J. Hannah, and I am honored to serve as your contest master. Serving with me as Zoom technical coordinators are Rushaley Bain, Dominic Kaloya. Thank you so much. And distinguished Toastmaster Kendra Monroe. We would like to acknowledge all of the club members and officers of District 47 and Toastmasters International. Thank you for serving our members. We also thank all of the welcomed guests for joining us as well. Please use your Zoom reaction buttons at this time to show some love for all in attendance this evening. On with today's contest. The purposes of the table topic speech contest are to provide an opportunity to learn by observing the more proficient speakers who have benefited from their Toastmasters training and to recognize the best as encouragement to all. The Zoom technical coordinators are instructed to not admit anyone into the room while the speakers are giving their presentations. In accordance with Toastmaster rules, you will be muted, your webcams and the chat will be turned off. Please welcome our Chief Judge, distinguished Toastmaster, Denison Balfour, to provide an overview of the rules of the table topics contest. Distinguished Toastmaster Balfour.
Good evening, fellow Toastmasters and guests. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening and to serve as Chief Judge for the District 47 Table Topics Contest. I will provide for you the rules for this contest. The Table Topics Contest follows all rules outlined in the General Rules section of the current Speech Contest Rulebook. The following additions and exceptions apply. It is confirmed that all contestants are eligible. And to be eligible, all contestants must be Toastmasters in good standing of a club in good standing. And I will put that simply. It means the individual's dues must be paid and their club must have dues paid at Toastmasters International. Those contestants must not presently be serving in international or district offices or serving as area officers, or they must not have declared intent to run for such offices. All contestants will receive the same topic. The topic will be of a general nature. The topic is selected by the contest chair or a designee. The topic will be of reasonable length and not require any detailed knowledge and lead to the opinion of the individual contestant or a conclusion. So contestants will have no advanced knowledge of the topic until the moment they are introduced by the contest master. Contestants may not use digital or other devices during the contest to gain an unfair advantage. When the contest begins, all contestants except for contestant 1 will leave the contest room and remain in a breakout room and under the supervision of the contest sergeant at arms until it is his or her turn to speak. Contestants have 5 minutes from the time their number is called to return to the contest room and be acknowledged by the contest master. After 5 minutes, the chief judge will announce that the contestant has fulfilled their turn, and the contest will continue with the next contestant. Each contestant will be introduced in the following manner. The contest master will announce the contestant's name, the topic, followed by the topic and the contestant's name. At the conclusion of each speech, during the minute of silence, yes, there will be 1 minute of silence between each speaker. And during that minute of silence, the next speaker will return to the room. All speeches delivered by contestants must conform with the timing guidelines for this contest. Table topics contest speeches are 1 to 2 minutes in length. A contestant will be disqualified if the speech is less than 1 minute or more than 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Is the timer ready for a demonstration?
Ready.
Thank you, Mr. Timer. The timing signals will be activated as follows. The green signal will go on at 1 minute. The yellow signal will go on at 1 minute, 30 seconds. And the red signal will go on at 2 minutes. Please accept the red signal as a wrap-up signal, as once the red signal goes on, the contestant has 30 seconds to complete. There will be no further notice of time given after the red light comes on. All judges have been briefed and are confirmed, qualified, and eligible to judge. They have paid their dues as well, and their clubs have paid dues to Toastmasters International. There is a secret tiebreaker known only to me, my possession, whose ballot will only be utilized in the event of a tie. Protests are limited to eligibility and originality and can only be lodged by voting judges or contestants. Any protest should be lodged with the chief judge or contest chair prior to the announcement of the winner. Once announced, all results are final. Madam Contest Master, that completes the overview of the speech contest rules. Let the contest begin.
Thank you, Chief Judge Balfour. The contestants have drawn their speaking positions. The order is contestant number 1, Edward Landron. Contestant number 2, Glenn Parks. Contestant number 3, Maritza Coscarelli. Contestant number 4, Eljamona Kemp. Contestant number 5, Naria Holbert. Contestant number 6, Louise Raven. And contestant number 7, Tamra Smart. There will be 1 minute of silence between contestants for the judges to mark their ballots. I will repeat the speaking order. Contestant 1, Edward Landron. Contestant 2, Glenn Parks. Contestant 3, Maritza Coscarelli. Contestant number 4, Eljamona Kemp. Contestant number 5, Naria Holbert. Contestant 6, Louise Ravim. And contestant number 7, Tamra Smart. Are the timers ready?
Ready.
At this time, all of our contestants, except the first one, will go to the virtual breakout room, accompanied by our Sergeant at Arms. Zoom technical coordinator, please let me know when all the contestants are secured.
Contest Master, you are all set to go. All contestants and Sergeant of Arms have left the room.
Wonderful. Let's get started. Please put 1 minute of time on the clock as we prepare for our first contestant. We will now begin the table topics contest. Welcome, contestant number 1, Edward Landron.
Thank you very much, Madam Toastmaster and Contest Master.
Please provide a mic check.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, mic check.
Thank you. We can hear you well. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
Yes, I am.
Timer. Please announce yourself.
Timer.
Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can.
We recommend you pin the timer if you are comfortable doing so.
That is done.
Thank you. Let's begin. Contestant number 1, Edward Landron. Reflection. Reflection. Edward Landron.
Thank you very much, Madam Toastmaster and Contest Master and fellow Toastmasters. I am thrilled to be your first speaker for today. Reflection. We all reflect. I remember when I was a little kid, I did some awful things and I did some great things. And we learn a lot from those awful things. And we rejuvenate and learn these lessons to bring us into our midlife. When we also keep on learning and what to do and reflect as a child what we've done and the lessons we've done when we was a child. Then as we grow older, we sit back and reflect of all the good times we had as learning those lessons, getting the benefits from those lessons. And all through life, we are always learning and we're always trying to do our best to learn. So either when you're a kid learning the life lesson, then when you're an adult, learning some more lessons and remembering the lessons that you learned as a kid. And then when you're older, you reflect on all the good times and all the good lessons, all the good friendships you acquired over the years, and you cherish them. Because that's what life is about, cherishing the people around you, having fun while we're here on this planet. That's what I reflect every time when I'm thinking about getting older, when I think about my childhood. The memory, the friendship, and the community around me, my family, it's all a reflection what makes me and hopefully what makes you. So back to you, contest master on reflection.
Thank you, contestant number 1. May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots. Timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute.
Time.
Thank you. Welcome, contestant number 2, Glenn Parks. Please provide a mic check.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I am.
Awesome. Timer, please announce yourself.
Timer here. I see the timer.
Awesome. Good. We recommend that you pin the timer if you're comfortable doing so.
It's done.
Thank you. Let's begin. Contestant number 2, Glenn Parks. Reflection. Reflection. Glenn Parks.
Madam Contest Master, Toastmasters, dignitaries, and welcome guests. Reflection. I take that as an inventory to get myself centered. This was not something that I did my entire life. In fact, for most of my life, I didn't think anything of it. I just kind of lived haphazardly, and that got me into a few, shall we say, jackpots. And it was by mentors that taught me to think, reflect, evaluate, so I don't start bumping into things, bam, ending up in these jackpots of how did I get here? And there's different types of inventories, reflections. And as I've made it a habit in my life, there's a big formal inventory that I take with another person that might ever be 5 years. And I really reflect back on what I've done, things that I've accomplished, things that I wanted to accomplish. And I look at them. I look at relationships and I evaluate them. And I take them to another person and we talk about them. And then there's the inventory now that I do in the morning. When I first wake up, I evaluate the day to come and I ask myself certain questions. What am I going to do today to better myself? What am I going to do today to better the world for the people around me? And then at night, I evaluate that again to see how well I've done And the things that I need to fix, well, that's for tomorrow. And the things that I've done well, I take solitude in. Madam Contest Master, that is my reflection.
May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots. Timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute. Thank you, timer. Welcome, contestant number 3, Maritza Coscarelli.
I'm here.
Please provide a mic check.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
We can hear you clearly. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I am. Thank you.
Awesome. Timer, please announce yourself.
Timer here.
Can you see the timer?
I need to pin the timer. 1 moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can see the timer now.
Awesome. Let's begin then. Contestant number 3, Maritza Coscarelli. Reflection. Reflection, Maritza Coscarelli.
I see myself. Or wait, do I? You see, the reflection in the mirror can be deceiving. In fact, it is scientifically proven that it is highly inaccurate. And yet I spent a great part of my life in a mirrored covered room. No, it was not a fun house. And it was not an asylum. It was, my friends, a place where I could express myself artistically through movement. But every day I got to critique what I saw in the mirror. Nowadays, I reflect very differently. Nowadays, I sit in silence, close my eyes, and I look for the reflection from within. Is what I see accurate? Oh, yes, it is. In fact, if you took time daily to reflect within, you would fall in love with the self, with a capital S, the divinity from within you. When you take the time to reflect within, and in addition, write about it, you now create new neural pathways through your brain to not only see yourself as the divine being that you are, but to affirm and understand that your potential is immense, beyond what you can imagine. When you take the time to reflect within, you understand that you are connected to every other fellow Toastmaster. So, my friends, when you see the reflection in a mirror, don't let it deceive you. Walk away, have a quiet seat, and reflect within. Contest Master.
Thank you, contestant number 3. May I have 1 minute of silence, please? Timer, let me see the red light when the 1 minute has elapsed. Thank you, timer. Welcome, contestant number 4, Eljamona Kemp. Contestant number 4.
Good evening.
Please provide a mic check.
Mic check 1, mic check 2.
Thank you. We can hear you clearly. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
Yes, I'm happy with it.
Thank you. Timer, announce yourself.
Timer here.
Thank you. Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Good. We recommend you pin the timer if you are comfortable doing so. Timer pinned?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's begin. Contestant number 4, Eljamona Kemp. Reflection. Reflection, Eljamona Kemp.
Madam Chair, I thank you for that statement. Reflection is a time when we pause and we take hold of what has occurred in our lives. The good times, the times of laughter, of joy, of contentment, and indeed, the times of sadness, of sorrows, the times when we would have thought that perhaps our world would have come to an end. Quite often, when we look at how fragile life is, it brings us to a point of reflection. When we are reminded when attending funerals or other sad occasions, just how quickly life can be taken from you. And it brings you to a point of reflection. Additionally, now we are heading into the graduation period. And we find many senior high school students going through periods of reflection as they ponder on their time in the 10th and the 11th, and now in the 12th grade, as they prepare to make their mark in history, as they prepare to revolutionize whatever field they are pursuing. And so they take moments to reflect, to think about what could have done, what should have been done, and perhaps what can be changed. I too take those moments of reflection and I utilize those moments and see how best I can change what I deemed unfit or negative. Those moments of reflection are key to my success because I cannot make changes if I don't reflect on the mistakes that I would have made. And so, Madam Chair, I thank you for that statement on reflection. Madam Contest Chair.
Thank you, contestant number 4. May I have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots? Timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute. Thank you, timer. Welcome, contestant number 5. Contestant number 5, Naria McKinsey. Halbert. Please provide a mic check.
Good evening, everyone.
We can hear you very clearly. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I am.
Awesome. Timer, please announce yourself.
I'm here.
Can you see the timer?
He's been pinned already.
Awesome. Well then, let's begin. Contestant number 5, Naria McKinsey Halbert. Reflection. Reflection. Naria McKinsey Halbert.
Contest master, fellow Toastmasters, and guests. Reflection. Such an interesting concept. As we move through our lives, it is beneficial for us to take moments where we reflect on those experiences that have brought us to the point where we are. Some of them have been peak experiences. Others have been valley experiences. However, there is great value in reflection. First, through reflection, you learn to celebrate moments that bring you great joy. For example, you remember your wedding day or the birth of your child. And in a down moment, through reflection, you are filled with euphoria as you reflect on those moments of great joy. Through reflection, you remember moments that brought you great despair or grief. You remember the feeling that you had during that illness. You remember the despair you faced when you were cashless. As you reflect, you begin to realize that you can make better decisions to improve or impact your life. As you go through life, do not discount your experiences. Instead, reflect on those that helped and also reflect on those that harmed you, and choose to reflect on the moments that brought you the greatest joy. For in reflection, you can find the light. I invite you to please reflect. Good evening.
Thank you, contestant number 5. May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots. Timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute. Thank you, timer. Welcome, contestant number 6, Louise Rabin. Please provide me with a mic check.
Mic check.
I can hear you clearly. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Timer, please announce yourself.
Timer here.
Can you see the timer? Awesome. We recommend you pin the timer if you're comfortable with doing that. Timer pinned? Okay. Thank you. Let's begin then. Contestant number 6, Louise Brabin. Reflection. Louise, reflection. Louise Brabin.
I was 22 years old, a brand new teacher in Baltimore City. I had no idea what I was doing. And one morning, on my way to work, I was waiting at the bus stop. I didn't see it, but I felt it. Hard and cold, much colder than I expected. A revolver on my left temple. In that moment, thousands of thoughts and regrets and prayers and loved ones and memories flashed by my head. And yet, as my mind was convoluted, it told my body to remain calm. I knew that any sudden movement could be my last, and I was not ready to die. It may have only lasted 30 seconds, but it was the longest 30 seconds I ever had. And it was also the most sincere reflection that I had had in 22 years. I saw my young wife. I saw the child that we never had. I saw all the places that I hadn't yet gotten to go. But it wasn't my time. And in the end, I only lost a few dollars. But every now and again, when I have a bad day, I reflect that in my worst day after that, it's better than it could have been. And so that reflection has a spiritual significance I will never forget. That's reflection.
Contestant number 6, thank you. May I have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots? Timer, Please give me the red signal at 1 minute. Thank you, timer. Welcome, contestant number 7, Tamara Smart. Tamara Smart. Please provide a mic check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. We can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
Not quite. I just lost my pinning of the timer.
Okay, you can try and pin again. Are you good?
My apologies. I pinned the wrong timer this time. Okay. Yes,
Awesome.
I'm happy with my webcam frame.
Fantastic. Now that that is done, thank you very much. Let's begin. Contestant number 7, Tamara Smart. Reflection. Reflection, Tamara Smart.
2020. I remember the date to the T, March 18th. I even remember the time. In fact, it was 12 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds ago. It's the day that I decided to stand tall, to stand firm, and look myself in the mirror head on. No apologies is what I made for myself. No apologies, contest master, dignitaries, Toastmasters, and guests is what I told myself that I would stop giving myself excuses. I took the first bold step to put myself back into school. Oh, it was tough. It was difficult being a full-time mom, a full-time wife. Oh my gosh, all the other chores, all the other tasks that I had to do. But you know what? I told myself that 6 years from now, the goal that I wanted to accomplish is what I would reflect on this day, March 13th, and know that it's the day that I decided to take my talents, to take my fears to the next level. That's right. Now I can look myself in the mirror and I can smile a little bit more broadly. I can stand more confidently with my shoulders standing tall and arching backwards and say, you know what? All I did was take the first step. I claim not to be the best, but I claim to be walking upright and onward to the next version of myself. Toastmasters, guests, what will you do? When will you look your own self in the mirror and convince yourself that you can be awesome? Convince yourself that you can face those fears and take your talents to the next step. You may even think that you have no talent, but I trust that you do. I believe in you. Please believe in you too, so that when you reflect, the mirror smiles back. Contest master.
Thank you, contestant number 7. May we now have silence while the judges complete their ballots. Judges, at this time, please complete your ranking of the contestants. As a reminder, please print your name and sign the bottom of your ballot. Make sure you have one name for first, second, and third place, and send a copy of your ballot to the ballot counters as instructed to do so in the judge's briefing. Ballot counters, please remain in this room until you have received all of the ballots assigned to you. Then exit to the Chief Judge's breakout room. Timers, please take a picture of your timing sheets and send them to the Chief Judge as instructed during your briefing. Zoom technical coordinators, please let me know when the Chief Judge leaves the room.
Contest master, the chief judge has left the room, and not all the ballot counters have left yet, but they are moving.
Thank you. You can let me know when the final one has left.
Will all ballot counters please move to the judge's room?
Hello? Am I supposed to be getting a prompt to move to a breakout room?
I just have one more ballot counter that needs to move. Let me see if I could private message. Chief Judge, good news. You're all set to go. Everyone has left to the breakout room that needs to go.
Thank you very much, Tech Coordinator. Let's give the contestants a big round of applause via the reaction button at the bottom of your screen. While we are waiting for the votes to be counted, I know we all are on the edges of our seats. Let's get to know our contestants. Zoom technical coordinator, please allow the contestants to unmute themselves and turn on their cameras. There they are. I think I'm still waiting on, or I can't see everyone. I see Edward, Glenn, Maritza. I see Eljamona, Naria, Luis, and Tamra. Awesome. So all of our contestants are in the room. I say congratulations to all of you on a job well done. And now, just a little light-hearted conversation with each of you. And I'm gonna start by asking each of you to respond to the same question. As Toastmasters, we love quotes. We love quotes. I know I love them. And so I want you to share with all of us your favorite quote, or just one quote that you live by or you use on a regular basis, one that you probably think that we should incorporate into our daily lives. Let's begin with contestant number 3.
Thank you for that question, Charmaine. Good evening, fellow Toastmasters and guests. The quote that sits closest to my heart and front of mind lately is from The Wizard of Oz. You always had the power, my dear. You just had to learn it for yourself. This is from Glinda the Good Witch. And I have come to know that this is true of all people, that we underestimate our power, that we forget what we can accomplish in 1 year, never mind 3, and that sometimes we give our power away, not because anything is wrong with us, but because we put others first all the time, and we forget to spend time taking care of ourselves, putting on our mask first, so that we can be radically generous with others. We all have the power within. We just need to learn it for ourselves. Thank you for that question.
Awesome, awesome response. And I think I'm gonna adopt that response as that quote as well from The Wizard of Oz. I love it. And because many times I don't put myself first. I'm always putting other people first and doing things for other people. So I like that concept. I see Naria is on my screen, so I'm gonna call on Naria. Naria, share your quote with us, please.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I'm not as articulate as Maritza and able to tell you where my quote comes from, but I just know that this is a guiding principle that I've used ever since I heard it. I can't even remember how far back it was that I heard this line, but it is one that resonates with me. I am a school administrator, and so it's one that I use literally every day. And it is simply that integrity is what you do when no one is watching. And so as I move through life, I try to remember that in whatever I do, whatever I say, I want to be someone full of integrity. And I try to encourage my staff, my students to all adopt the same principle, because you want to know that you can be trusted in the light as well as in the dark. And so integrity, let's live by it.
Fantastic. Yes. And as a matter of fact, Naria, I am standing in my classroom right now, and I am looking at that quote on my wall. So as educators, that is something I think that we all live by. Thank you. Let's go with Glenn. Glenn, what's your favorite quote and why? Or can you explain it for us?
Do my best. My quote I found when I was 18 years old as a senior in high school. And it goes, I am me. I might be the second best somebody else, but I am the best me there is. I do not know who the author of that was, but I've kept that because it's important to me to remember that through and going all the way back to high school and those things of peer pressure and trying to be something that I'm not, and to remember and to bring it back that I am me. And that's beautiful and wonderful and perfect in itself. And even if I'm trying to act as if or act like someone else, just bringing it back. I am me. And that's perfect. And nobody except me is generally trying to get me to be something that I'm not. And to be comfortable with who I am, which I was not at 18 years old, but to work on that. And that is what that statement has meant to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you are a unique individual, like we all are. Why blend in when you can stand out? Know yourself, accept who you are. I love it. Edward, share with us your favorite quote.
Thank you, Madam Toastmaster. There is several favorite quotes out there, but the one I'm going with now is by Helen Keller. It says, "What's worse than being blind is to have sight but no vision." Earlier, we're talking about reflection. And I'm a fitness trainer, and I deal with a lot of people who have negative reflections on their life. And it's hard. And I always got to show them the positive in everything we do, because we want to build that muscle in our head, give that positive thought. And that will propel you forward to think positive, because when you think positive, everybody around, or you will attract positive people around you. And that's the only way you're going to get better, is to get those negative reflections out of your head and put some positive reflections in there. So what's worse than being blind is to have sight and no vision. So I hope to give them vision on what they can do. Back to you.
Awesome, awesome. I love it. Let's go with Louise. Louise, I can't see you, but I know you're there.
I'm here.
Oh, awesome. And Louise, what's your favorite quote?
I see it every single day. I actually put this quote right by the clock in my classroom. It's very simple. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. I think that quote brings humility. You might have picked the right stock at the right moment. You might have met the right person at the right night. But a lot of it is just luck. If you ask the wealthiest people on earth, they'll all tell you, I was very lucky. There's a lot of hardworking, poor people. Sometimes you get lucky. I look at that quote every day.
Awesome. I love this is these quotes. I wish I had sufficient time to just write them all down, but guess what? I have some of them right in front of me, so that's a good thing for me. El Jamona, what's your quote? Your favorite quote?
Good evening again, everyone. Well, one of the quotes that I've been using more often is by Malcolm X. And as a history educator, we often reflect on historians in America as well as in the Bahamas. And one of his favorite quotes was, "By any means necessary." And I often encourage my students that you pursue by any means necessary. You ensure that even if we are virtual, as we were due to the COVID pandemic, you try to push to get into the classes. And if you happen to miss out, communicate with your teachers, and we will indeed do our best to assist you. Don't allow the obstacles of this life, because obstacles will come. It teaches you resiliency that one day you'll be able to reflect upon and say that you have overcome those challenges. And so I encourage them often, by any means necessary. Push to get your education, push to fulfill your goals, your dreams, your aspirations that you may have. And so that's one of the quotes that I've been using more often these days.
Thank you. And I don't know about you, but I have been doing that a whole lot online as well, because I found that the students needed so much more inspiration and encouragement. So every day I would have a motivational moment with them. And I'm sure one or two, it has helped. Thank you, Eljimona. Tamra, I see you. I haven't forgotten you. Tamra, what's your favorite quote?
Thank you, Charmaine. Good evening, Toastmasters. One of my favorite quotes is, if God brings you to it, he will bring you through it. And I love it so much that I have that on a few of my social media profiles. And it really sat within my spirit, because a few years ago when I went through a very, very challenging time, I'm like, you know what? I am here because I am perfectly positioned for this season. And because I am here, my faith tells me that, you know what, I am going to get right through this thing, whatever that thing is, however big that mountain is. I know that all I have to do is just trust in God, persevere, and I certainly will overcome.
Awesome. Yes. God in the forefront, and we can work wonders. We can do so many things. I have noticed that the majority of you are either educators or you are connected to education in some way. And so am I. I'm an educator as well. And so I feel so comfortable in this environment with you this evening. But I want to know, when you get off at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, or if you're like me, you're still at work and it's almost 8 o'clock, what do you do to just relax and enjoy your time? What do you do for relaxation? How do you relax? Tamara, since you ended that last one, I'm going to ask you to start this round.
Sure. Thank you so much, Charmaine. My little guilty cheap pleasure is this one word game that I love. I don't get to do it very often, but when I do, I am just like a little kid, and I love it. It's called Words by Post. I do love words. I do love, puzzling, anagrams, all that. So it's Words by Post, and there's something that it does to me. It just relaxes me. It just eases me into, the nighttime routine when I'm getting all cozy in bed. And frankly, sometimes when I do indulge, I end up falling asleep with the phone in my hand, waiting to either make a move or just finish making a move.
I know the feeling. I do that too. I don't play games often, but hey, those word games can get you hooked. I love it. Louise, what do you do to unwind after a long day of work?
This started out as something that I did just to spend time with my wife, because she loves reality television. In particular, this show called 90 Day Fiancé. And over the years, I sometimes even watch it when my wife's not home, just to fill her in on what she missed. It's a guilty pleasure. It has no educational value, but it helps me wind down.
And it's a good laugh, Louise. It's a good laugh. I watch that sometimes too, and I'd be like, why am I watching this? But it's a stress reliever. Naria, what do you do?
I deem myself a bit of an anomaly because I am a sports junkie. And so to relax myself, I watch reruns of Olympic Games, FINA swimming championships. I watch football, cricket, baseball, soccer, anything that ESPN or YouTube can present. So sports, that's my go-to unwind tool.
Question, do you play a sport?
I did a bit of track and field in high school.
Awesome, awesome.
And then I've been a
Good.
soccer mom for about 15 years.
I was just gonna say, I love sports too, but I don't play sports. I love to watch sports. And so my boys, my adopted boys and my biological boys, they are into volleyball and basketball and softball and baseball. And so I have always been a sports mom. So yes, I'm not gonna play it now. I did in high school, but I played hockey and netball, you know, odd sports. But yes, it's better being on the sidelines, being a mom. I love it.
I agree.
And watching.
I agree.
El Jamono, what do you do to relax?
Wow, relax. Well, when you have two young kids like I do, that does not come by too often. But in the times that I do, I like to watch 90s videos. So music videos from the 90s, Boys to Men, New Edition. I have a time I binge watch those videos and I think about those songs while I was growing up. So a little bit of Jamaican music in there as well, the old dubs, and just enjoy myself with a very short time I have before I am mommy.
Awesome, awesome. But sometimes you can play that music and let them dance along with you. And then you wouldn't feel so like you only have to do it when you are alone. They can join in the fun, and I'm sure they'd love that. All right. Maritza, what do you do?
Well, the thing that keeps coming to mind is that, like you, I start early and finish late, and so does my husband of many decades. And my relaxing is the time I spend with him. It's non-negotiable, it's unplanned, but we come together for evening meal and we stay attached at the hip until we go to sleep. Sometimes that includes some Netflix. Sometimes he watches some mindless TV and I read by his side, but our evenings are time together and we cherish it, and we have for more than 3 decades. Thanks for asking.
Wow, that's awesome. I haven't gotten one day yet, so 3 decades. Wow, I applaud you on that. Glenn, what do you do to unwind?
It can really depend. I like still being active, but a nice walk, and I have a heated swimming pool in the community, so that's ideal. But if it gets a little too late, reading is wonderful, and let me be honest, YouTube, I can get a little hooked, but watching those short little videos, usually if it's over 5 minutes, I won't click on it, and that can entertain me sometimes a little bit longer than I want. But that is definitely some of the things that I do to relax.
Glenn, I could relate to what you're saying. My son just showed me how to get onto those short videos and enjoy them. And so just in the past week, I have been doing that. And I'm like, this is interesting. And I end up just laying back and clicking, and the time goes by so swiftly. Before I know it, it's like 10, 11 o'clock, and my bedtime is 9:30 usually. So yes, we can become hooked on those things, but that's not a bad thing when we work hard all day. Awesome. Edward, how do you relax after a hard day at the gym?
Well, let me tell you, have you ever seen those crazy people in the morning that run or they start their exercises early in the morning? Being a fitness trainer, I have to schedule myself to everybody else's schedule. So I start at 5:30 in the morning, and sometimes I get home at 7:30 at night. So to relax after a night, no, I go right to bed. However, in the morning, I will get up, I will do some activities, go to the gym, work out, and that helps me center myself to get ready for the day, so I can have a little bit more energy for the people I work with. But on Saturday, though, I have no one. Saturday, I will get up still early in the morning and I'll drive my motorcycle to the beach. And that's an extra special day because I will stay on the beach. I will watch the sun come up. I will have my coffee con leche, a lot of sugar, and I'll just sit there, relax, stay there until about 9 o'clock, go have some breakfast. And that me time, that Saturday is what I cherish the most. And that's my downtime.
Awesome. Yes, yes. And, well, you need to come to the Bahamas. If you want to be by the beach, take a ride by the beach and relax, come to the Bahamas. We'll welcome you here in Nassau. Some of the most beautiful, not only Nassau doesn't even have the best beaches, but some of our other family islands, you would find that you may not want to leave if you come and sit by our beaches for a little while. You'll probably stay all day. Sometimes I do that too. That's the beach is my favorite place to relax and unwind. But I didn't hear you say you like to go in the water. Do you like going swimming while at the beach,
No.
or you just chill on the
Oh,
shore?
well, actually, I'm a chiller on the shore. Remember, with my coffee, with my blanket, maybe something to read, do the YouTube like Glenn was doing, but overall, just having some me time.
Awesome. That sounds good. That's a way to relax. It's a way to relax, and we need that. We all need that. Now, I want to know, with this competition, I want to know how you all prepared yourselves for this competition this evening. I know you have come through the ranks to get to the district competition. But Glenn, Edward, since you're right there, I want to know, what did you do? Give us some advice, or just tell us what you did to prepare yourself for tonight's competition.
Well, first of all, with any of these competitions, I think if you relax and you settle down your mind, because a lot of us that I noticed, they'll come up and they'll start talking really quick without really thinking what they're going to say. So I think if you relax, calm your mind, breathe, then you can deliver something that's a little bit more powerful and give somebody a message, because you always want to give somebody a message where they could take home. So that's what I try to prepare. Also, I will do some mouth exercises, stretch out my mouth, tongue. So I want to make sure I can actually pronunciate a lot of words that I might get lazy because I didn't do that. That's the second thing I do.
Awesome. And I was in a session today, and one of the points that was given was that we should exercise our voices before we actually speak. And I know we do that when we sing, before we sing. So now hearing it for the second time today, I'm sure that's some advice that we all can take and use from here on in. Thank you for that, Edward. Glenn, what did you do to prepare for this evening?
Well, today is Thursday. So my other group of Toastmasters was right there, and I did a few table topics with them to prepare. And I learned years ago, as Edward just pointed out, and I have a little bit of a cold right now, but yes, practice and warm up your mouth and your tongue. And I did that to prepare. And then the other thing is just to, Edward really say it, relax, have fun. I don't know what the topic's going to be. Think of a couple of my main themes that carry me through life, and just relax and have fun. If you're not having fun at Toastmasters, you're not doing it right as far as I'm concerned.
Wonderful. Yes, we have to have fun. I love giving table topics questions, but I become very, very afraid when it's time to respond to the questions. So now I know, just relax, take a deep breath, and we'll be okay. Maritza, what do you do to prepare?
To be transparent, today was a day where I took a brisk walk right before the opening ceremony in the sunshine, in the heat. You know, if I looked like I was glowing, I was actually perspiring. And then I always do something called a gamma breath, which is a series of how you breathe in order to connect your mind and your heart and your thoughts. But in general, I love DTM Tufts' keynote. I hope all of you got to hear it, but it was just fantastic. And his P is so true. Prepare, 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 so that when the time comes, you can surrender preparation, warm yourself up, and have a good time. Thanks, Charmaine.
Contest
you're
master,
muted.
Contest master,
muted.
I hate to interrupt, but the chief judge is returned to the room.
All right. So I do apologize to my other contestants, but we will hit you up next time because I'm looking forward to seeing you right back here where we can have some more fun. So now that the chief judge has returned to the room, that means we are ready to present our winners for the evening. And once again, before I announce the winners, can we please congratulate all of our contestants today? Show some emojis. Let's see some emojis. We should be all excited right now to see who our 3 top contestants are. Now, for the moment we have been waiting for, the announcement of our winners. We have no disqualifications. And so in 3rd place, we have Naria Hulbert. In 2nd place, we have Louise Rabin. And in 1st place, Maritza Kotskarelli. Congratulations to our winners. The table topic speech contest is adjourned. Winners, please stand by so we can get screenshots of all of you. It has been my pleasure to be your contest master today. On behalf of the entire contest team and all of our contestants, thank you for joining and enjoying the contest. To officially close the district event, please welcome District 47 contest co-chair Patricia Stevenson, distinguished Toastmaster.
You're muted, Patty.
Well, gosh, is everyone ready for my 5 to 7 minute speech now? I think not. Thank you everyone for participating. My favorite quote for the week is, "It takes a village. We couldn't have done this without the help of many individuals." Special thanks to my co-chair, Lepidra Damianos. And of course, thank you so much for our steadfast leader, Program Quality Director, Austin Canonica, distinguished Toastmasters, both of them. Thank you again. Let's go on to the evaluations contest. Are we ready?
Yes, we are. Good night, fellow Toastmasters and
our most welcome guest. This event is now called to order. We need to let you know that by attending this online district contest, you agree to the private policy of Toastmasters International, as well as the unassociated remote hosting service. Some of your personal information, such as name, image, and any shared messages may be shared with other participants during the meeting and will be recorded by Toastmasters International. Your remote attendance hereby discharges Toastmasters International from all claims, demands, rights, promises, damages, and liabilities arising out of or in connection with the use or distribution of said video recordings, including but not limited to any claims for invasion of privacy, appropriation, or likeness of defamation of character. Thank you so much. Please help me give a warm welcome to our contest master, Anna Whistler.
Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here and thrilled to be your contest chair for this evening. Let us get started without any further ado. Good evening, fellow Toastmaster and my most welcome guests, and welcome to the speech evaluation contest for District 47. I am Anna Whistler, and I am honored to serve as your contest master. Serving with me this evening, we have our contest chair, Patricia Stevenson, our chief judge, Jane Cabrera, and our Zoom techs, Rochella Bain, Dominic Kaloa, and Kendra Monroe. Apologies if I butchered any of those names. We would like to acknowledge all of the club members and officers of District 47 and Toastmasters International. Thank you so much for serving our members. We also thank all of the welcomed guests for joining us as well. Please keep your Zoom reaction buttons, or please use your Zoom reactions buttons at this time to show some love for all of those who are attending and competing this evening. Let's light those up. On with today's contest. The purpose of the evaluation speech contests are to provide an opportunity to learn by observing the most proficient speakers who have benefited from their Toastmasters training, and to recognize the best as encouragement to all. The Zoom technical coordinators are instructed not to admit anyone in the room while the speakers are giving their presentations in accordance with the Toastmaster rules. You will be muted, your webcams and the chat will be turned off. Please help welcome me with me, our chief judge, Jane Cabrera, distinguished Toastmaster, to provide an overview of the rules to the evaluation contest.
Thank you, Contest Master. Good evening. I'm honored to serve as the Chief Judge. The speech evaluation contest follows all rules outlined in the General Rules section of the current speech contest rulebook. It has been confirmed that all contestants are eligible. To be eligible, a contestant must be a Toastmaster in good standing, of a club in good standing, not presently be an international, district, or area officer, nor have declared the intent to run for such offices. Speakers will be sequestered before presenting, but may stay in the room after their evaluation. No one will be allowed in or out of the room once the contest has begun until the last speaker has spoken. The time of the speech is to be 2 to 3 minutes. Any speaker speaking less than 1 minute and 30 seconds or more than 3 minutes, 30 seconds will be disqualified. Timer are you ready to demonstrate the signals?
Ready.
Thank you. The green signal will be shown at 2 minutes. Timer, can you please signal green? Thank you. Yellow will be shown at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And the red signal will be shown at 3 minutes, which will stay on until the speaker has finished speaking. No notice shall be given should a speaker go over time. Timing starts with the first word uttered or when the speaker uses any form of communication to the audience. There will be 1 minute of silence between speakers so the judges may complete their forms. Contestants have 5 minutes from the time their number is called to return to the contest room and be acknowledged by the contest master. After 5 minutes, the chief judge will announce that the contestant has forfeited their turn and the contest will continue with the next contestant. Judges have been instructed not to consider time in the ranking of the speakers. All judges have been briefed and are qualified to judge this contest. There is a secret tiebreaker judge known only to me, the chief judge. Protests may be entered only by the contestants or judges of this contest, either to me, the chief judge, or the contest chair. Once the results have been announced, all decisions are final. Contest master, that completes the overview of the speech contest rules. Let the contest begin.
I could not have said it better myself. Thank you so much, DTM Jane. The contestants have drawn their speaking positions. Their speaking order is as follows. Contestant number 1, John Schneier. Contestant number 2, Charlie Thompson. Contestant number 3, Lakeisha Morris Moreau. Contestant number 4, Marcus Downey. Contestant number 5, Jonathan Dunn. Contestant number 6, Karen Eileen Gordon. And contestant number 7, Rashina Campbell. We have a test speaker who will speak for 5 to 7 minutes that all contestants will be evaluating. When the test speaker finishes, the Sergeant at Arms will escort the contestants into the break room where they will have 5 minutes to complete their evaluations. At the end of those 5 minutes, each speaker will turn over their paper, keep their webcam turned on, and their hands visible to the Sergeant at Arms. We will then escort the first speaker back into the room. There'll be 1 minute of silence between contestants for the judges to mark their ballots. Are the timers ready?
Ready.
Awesome. Please help me welcome our test speaker, Toastmaster Ahmed. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Are you happy with your webcamming?
Well, I can't see it, to be honest. Let me check. No, I can't. Oh, yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, perfect. How about the timer? Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Let's get started.
All right.
Our speaker tonight, Toastmaster Ahmed Abdeen.
Toastmaster. Oh, do I start?
1 second. Let me get you your speech title.
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It just blinked out on me. All right. Our test speaker this evening, Ahmed Abdeen, the fortune of bad luck. The fortune of bad luck, Ahmed Abdeen.
Contest master, fellow Toastmasters, and dear audience, thank you very much for this opportunity, which I decided to take advantage of by telling you a story. However, since this story is going to be mainly about me, I didn't want to waste all your times without encapsulating within this story some sort of wisdom that I personally gained, and I think most of us can also gain by just listening to it. Most of us view life as a sequence of events labeled either by positive, negative, or neutral. And I believe that this is a very narrow-minded way to view the events of life, as this story is going to show. So let's just jump into the story. Back in grade 6, I had a bully. This bully was pretty much normal, except for two things. Number one, she was a girl. Number two, she loved the color purple. Now, for the sake of the story, we're going to call her Miss Purple. She made my life a nightmare back then, and every single person that ever offered me something purple knew about her because I told them I don't like the color purple, and they asked me why, and I told them about Miss Purple. Moving forward a few years, I graduated high school in the UAE. Afterward, my struggle with education started. We moved to the US, where I tried to enroll for a university, but unfortunately, I couldn't because my residential status was changing from a temporary resident to a permanent one, which gave me a lot of free time. I decided to take advantage of the free time by joining the Toastmasters Club in Florida Atlantic University. I met some of the most beautiful people I've ever met there, and I found my voice and my ability to speak. Afterwards, our procedure required us to leave the US and continue our application from outside the US. So we flew all the way to Turkey. By the way, I'm Jordanian, lived in the UAE, flew to the US, now Turkey. In Turkey, I decided to enroll in an associate degree because I didn't think that my application is going to take more than 2 years. I was wrong. But during my education, my father once found this digital marketing course, and he told me that he's willing to pay for it if I just took it. The course was very dull, but a few topics were interesting, so I decided to take it. Didn't learn much, but I had access to the WhatsApp group of the course, where they constantly published job opportunities. One of these job opportunities was for a digital marketing position in a real estate company. When I asked about the position, they told me it's a full-time position. And as a student, that wasn't an option. So I ignored it. After 2 weeks, my instructor called me and asked me to apply anyway. I applied. 2 interviews later, I got my first job in Turkey. I worked as a digital marketing specialist in the company, part-time, of course, because they accommodated my education. And during that time, I struggled a lot with saving enough money to continue my education in case I had to stay in Turkey longer. During that time, I also got into e-commerce, and I started my first e-commerce website. But after finishing the entire website, and I had a supplier from Greece that will give us some tea that we can sell on the website. It was a beautiful project, but we got into a problem. For us to connect the website to accept payments, we need to connect it to a payment gateway. And to do that, we need to be a registered company. I did not have a registered company. One day, I was talking to the accountant in the company I'm working in, and he told me he can open a company for me. I was delighted. I gave him the money he asked for. He opened the company. I got a contract with the payment provider, and they connected the website. Once I opened the website to check the payment gateway, I discovered that everything is in Turkish, while my website is fully in English. This was a disaster, of course. I didn't want that. And when I asked them to fix it, they said they will try. After 2 weeks, they broke the whole website. Been studying computer engineering for a while. Up to this point, I have no clue how did they manage to break it that way. Anyway, now I had a company, but no website. And one day I was just browsing the internet and I found that marketingistanbul.com was an available domain. So I purchased that domain and I used my company to provide digital marketing services to companies in Turkey, in the Middle East in general, and even in the US. While running, I had a few clients from Egypt, from Saudi Arabia, and so on, but I didn't know about taxes. And I realized after a while that I had way more taxes than I can afford. So I decided to close my company. When I closed my company, I was pretty much left with nothing except the job I had, which I ended up leaving as well. During that time, I decided to at least focus more on my education since I was graduating my associate degree. And I wanted to take a gap year to take the SATs, take other examinations that can increase my chances of getting a scholarship or getting into a public university that I can actually afford. During that same time, one of my clients contacted me, informing me that he's intending to visit Turkey and he wanted to meet with me. I thought that this client just simply wanted more work done. But after I met the client, I discovered that he's an investor that is looking to open another company in Turkey, and he wanted me to co-found it. I presented him with a business plan, a financial projection, and we had 100K of funding ready for us to open this company. We opened the company and we started hiring employees. And I still struggled a lot with my education during then. One of the employees applying was a software engineer that lived 3 hours away from the office. So we didn't hire him. Later on, he applied again with a closer address to our office, which ended up being the reason we hired him. Later on, he told me that he met one of his friends that he didn't meet for a really long time. And that friend told him that he should use his other address on his application. This software engineer became my main software engineer in the company. And one day after he saw how much I'm struggling in finding a scholarship, after basically getting rejected by the Turkish scholarship 7 times, he told me, why don't you apply for the Hungarian scholarship? They accept pretty much everybody. I applied, and that was pretty much easy. Later on, the company closed for financial reasons mainly. And I was yet again left with nothing. One of my clients decided to hire me as a web developer for some time, and I worked with him. And then I got accepted in the Hungarian scholarship. It was as if the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. And I was really happy. And I went on the internet. I found a few Facebook groups where I asked people that already study in this university, how is it like? And after a day, I got a message in my messenger telling me, hey, do you remember me? We studied together in grade 6. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, life took me a full circle and threw me back in the same university that Mrs. Purple is currently studying in. So, ladies and gentlemen, life sometimes throws events on us left and right, and we're stuck trying to comprehend or understand or even label these events as positive or negative. But that's not how life works. Life mainly is a musical performance, a play, where everything pushes the thing after it. It's like dominoes pieces falling over each other. And I can't help asking myself now that I'm here with a stable education, I have a girlfriend that I love, and I can't help ask myself, what would have happened if I said no to the first company? What would have happened if I said no to the digital marketing course? What would have happened if that software engineer didn't meet his friend? What would have happened if my first website succeeded? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is nobody knows. And that's the beauty of it. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. Contestants and Sergeant at Arms, please make your way to the breakout room. Timing will start once all the contestants are secured. Zoom technical coordinator, please let me know when all the contestants are secured.
Showing there's a button that they don't show you, but you are in. So that's copywriting showing you.
But I've seen everybody else, but he hasn't seen me.
Please stand by. I'm going to go into the breakout room. One of the contestants has a backup device that needs to be removed from the main room. I will let you know when that takes place.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Contest master, I had to get tough, but everyone that's supposed to be out of the room has left the room.
And that's why you're our tech coordinator. Thank you so much. And please, everyone, join me in a giant round of applause to Ahmed for joining us and giving us that wonderful speech. Thank you so much. I have to ask, you are in Hungary right now, is that correct?
Indeed, I am. Yes.
Okay, what time of day is it for you right now?
Oh, it's not day at all. It's 2:44 a.m. I think. Yeah, 2:44 a.m.
Even more impressive. I am pretty sure my eyelids would have to be held up with toothpicks at this point in time for us to be able to get a speech out of me for that. So thank you so much for joining us.
Duct tape over here.
I love it. I absolutely love it. So my first question for you as we get to know you here is, what drew you to be part of the digital world? What spiked your interest?
Well, it's pretty much just the motion of time, the fact that we're rapidly moving into a digital atmosphere at a rate that most people can't even keep track of. If you don't give it your full attention, you're going to pretty much be left behind. So I wanted to have a head start.
Awesome. I did forget, timer, please put 5 minutes on the clock. At this point, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And let me know with the red light. Awesome. So you have spoken in Turkey. You had a website in Turkish. Do you not speak Turkish now?
Weirdly enough, I started speaking more Turkish in Hungary than I did in Turkey. In Turkey, I was working mainly with Arabic speakers, English speakers. The community there is really strong, so I didn't have urgent necessity of learning the language. Over here, I had a lot of Azerbaijani friends who also speak Turkey, and Turkish became the way we bonded. So I kind of had to accommodate the language more.
That's incredible. That's a great way of engulfing yourself in the culture as well. But good to know that websites can be broken with just the Turkish language. I'm curious because the way you made it sound, it looked like it was blown up, like somehow the website was blown up. Tell me what happened with it.
No, actually, interestingly enough, it wasn't the fact that it was English that broke it. It was the fact that they tried to fix it. The fixing is the thing that broke it. When it was Turkish, what would happen is simply you'll have an English website all the way until you want to check out, then it's going to become Turkish. But when they fixed it, nothing worked anymore. You would go to checkout and get back to the home page, and you will click some products and find yourself in checkout. So it was hilarious.
Awesome.
It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. I'm going to make my thesis on this.
I can only imagine. The technical world is way beyond my scope and imagination, so I will leave it to you. It's interesting you talked about having or interest in writing, philosophy, but then you say that you're interested in the great outdoors. Tell us a little bit about that passion.
The great outdoors or the writing and philosophy?
Let's go with the great outdoors because that's a little different than anything else.
Well, to be honest, being in the great outdoors is part of what fuels the writing and philosophy. It's because if you're within your everyday life, you're just too dissolved into this solvent of interactions with people. You need to kind of step back and be within the world, but not within the world that we know it. And the world that we usually don't experience as much is the great outdoors, being between mountains, in the forest, next to a river. It's just you and the world, basically, and then you might develop a better understanding of how it works.
Amazingly put. I feel like that is another great speech, or for those of you Toastmasters listening, it's a great inspiration of a speech. I'm curious because some of us love travel, love going places. Hungary has not hit my list quite yet, but now I'm intrigued, of course. What would you say is one place that you have to visit when visiting Hungary?
Well, to be honest, in Hungary, if there aren't as many places that are breathtaking, I would say a few places in Budapest. Basically, if you've visited Budapest, you've seen it all. Hungary has a population of approximately 11 million. And the second biggest city, which is the one that I'm living in currently, is 200,000. So you can imagine how nobody lives anywhere but the capital. So most of the population is there. So you would certainly want to see Budapest, see the Duna, which is the big river they have. It's really nice. And try to go during spring because you would see a lot of cherry blossoms, which makes everything just breathtaking, really outstanding.
Awesome. I'm always down for that. All right. Budapest is on my list. I will take it. All right. Progressive metal. I'm assuming that's talking about music.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that. What kind of band is, I mean, when you think of progressive metal, what's your top favorite bands and what drew you to them?
Wow. Okay. That's a hard question. The top band. Well, I would say that I really love Dream Theater, Pliny, Tool. All of these are basically classics when it comes to. I also really love Rush, which I was recently introduced to. Apparently, they started in the 70s, and they are basically the godfathers of progressive metal. But I've never listened to them until I think 2 weeks ago, where somebody in a bar just introduced me to them.
Well, welcome to Rush. They are fantastic. So is that something that you turn on as you are working on your projects, that you'll just turn that kind of music on, or what do you listen to while you are?
Oh, well, to be honest, it's 24/7. Either that, my playlist is pretty much like a mixed salad between vegetables and fruits. It's classical music, progressive metal, rock, everything. And progressive metal is specifically preserved for parts of my day where I need to manifest as much energy as possible to feel empowered, but at the same time to maintain some sort of creativity. It's not just ups, it's ups and downs. So it keeps you in check.
I love it. Dealing with the right and left side of the brain at the same time. That's perfect. Well, again, thank you so much. I see the timer has marked our 5 minutes. It has been such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Awesome. Well, of course, stay tuned, listen to some of the evaluations. We will now bring our first evaluation contestant. May we please have 1 minute of silence, and timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute.
Are we ready for the first contestant?
We are, yes.
Okay, let me call them in. First contestant has joined the room.
Perfect. Contestant number 1, John Schneier. Please provide a mic check.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Awesome. Timer, please announce yourself.
Timer here.
Can you see the timer?
Yes, I have the timer pinned.
Awesome. Well, let's get started. Contestant number, John Schneier, contestant number 1. Contestant number 1, John Schneier.
Thank you, Contest Master. Fellow Toastmasters, when I listen to a speech like the one I heard tonight, I'm looking for how well the speaker connected with me. I can't speak for anyone else, just how they connected with me and how they might connect more deeply. Toastmaster Ahmad, you connected with me before you started speaking because your speech title, The Fortune of Bad Luck, intrigued me. It got me thinking. It wanted me to hear more. To connect more deeply, you see, you kind of let me go because you opened with, Contest Master, fellow Toastmasters, I want to hear your story. You can work them in later as part of your story, but when you've got me on the edge of my seat and I'm ready to go with you, don't let me go. Deepen that connection. The biggest thing that I got out of your speech was you've been through a lot. You had a lot of story in there. For me, I would have liked it had you slowed your pace down. I think you might have had to cut some material out in order to do that. But it was a bit frantic for me. You had a lot of good points you were making, but they were happening so fast, it was trouble for me to just keep up and keep connected with everything. There were some times when I think you could have used some dramatic pauses, which would have also broken up your pace a little bit. For instance, when you were telling us about being bullied, you just kind of went right through it. I would have liked a little intrigue, a little suspense, had you said something along the lines of, the bully was a girl. A little vocal variety that adds some spice to the speech. There was another opportunity when you were talking about developing your business and a website, the 2 languages, it was a disaster. Reflect in your voice, your face, and your emotions, the words that you're using, so that everything is aligned, and that will deepen my relationship with you. And then I can relate my own experiences that are similar to yours. And that will help me stay with you. I would rather remember your speech and your points than have a perfect speech. And the reason I say that is I heard a number of ums and ahs in your speech. I'm not too worried about that because that means you're human and I'm human too. We're all fallible. We're all vulnerable. Those things would make you more memorable for me. It was a good speech. You had good content. Look at the pacing, the pausing, and the vocal variety, and that speech will connect with me much more strongly than tonight. Take it on the road, you'll be successful. Back to you, Contest Master.
May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots? Please, timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute. Contestant number 2, Charlie, will you please provide a mic check?
Good evening, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2.
Thank you. We can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
Yes, I'm happy.
Timer, please announce yourself.
I'm here.
Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Awesome. We recommend you pin the timer if comfortable for doing so.
Okay.
Let's begin.
The time has been.
Charlie Thompson, contestant number 2. Contestant number 2, Charlie Thompson.
I'm sure we've all seen the movie, The Series of Unfortunate Events, or read the book. If you haven't, have no fear, as T.M. Abdeen took us on his very own journey of his series of unfortunate events. Judges, contest chair, Toastmasters, and guests, good evening. T.M. Abdeen did an exceptional job as he took us on his journey of unfortunate events and his moments of bad luck throughout his life. T.M. Abdeen did an exceptional job with his eye contact. As Toastmasters, we all know that it is imperative for us to have eye contact so that we can connect with our audience and they can pay attention to what it is we have to say. TM Abdeen also did an exceptional job with his body language. Throughout TM Abdeen's speech, he used body language to convey his message. And when he finally got that scholarship, we all saw the weight of the world come off of TM Abdeen's shoulders. If there is anything that I would caution TM Abdeen on, it would be his vocal variety. While I enjoyed listening to all of the stories of his fortunes of bad luck, I would have loved to hear more vocal variety. As he spoke about the bully that he had when he was in school, who was a girl and her favorite color was purple, it would have been great for us to hear his voice go up to express his frustration or go down to express his sadness. And after he heard that his company was finally incorporated, but there were issues with his website, I would have been infuriated and I would have raised my voice to convey that frustration. Also, if there was anything else that I could caution TM Abdeen on, it would be to ensure that there was good connection as he moved throughout his presentation. While I enjoyed listening to the various stories, I became a little lost as he spoke, trying to connect the stories together. Such a transitional word that could have been used could have been, if you thought this story about a girl bullying me was bad, wait until you hear the rest of my story. And then he could transition on to talking about his issues with his education and then speaking about his issues with his company. But overall, TM Abdeen did a great job. Once TM Abdeen continues to have great eye contact, good body language, and work on his vocal variety and connecting his thoughts together, TM Abdeen is well on his way to continuing to be a shining star in the Toastmasters organization. Contest chair.
May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots. Timer, please give me a red signal at 1 minute. Welcome contestant number 3, Lakeisha. Please provide a mic check.
Testing.
Thank you. We can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I think so.
Awesome. Timer, please announce yourself.
I'm here.
Can you see the timer?
Yes, I do.
We do recommend you pinning the timer if you're comfortable doing so. All right. Lakeisha Morris Moreau, contestant number 3. Contestant number 3, Lakeisha Morris Moreau.
The fortune of bad luck. Ahmed, you took us on a whirlwind of fortunes and mishaps in only 7 minutes, and I am grateful for it. I saw a man that is resilient, resourceful, always able to get right back up, a go-getter. And you surely provided us with a speech that went right along with the keynote that we heard coming into the room this evening. as I give you a couple of tips and opportunities, I'd like to also take you on a nice whirlwind of opportunities. First, the beauty of living in South Florida is that we get to meet and interact with people from all over the world. And when we do that, we hear different accents. It's beautiful, and we have to lean in and really listen to what a person is saying. I encourage you to slow down a little. You have a quick pace of speaking. And when someone is trying to catch your accent and really tune into what you're saying, they might get lost. So slow down and wait for us a little, especially the Southern belles like me. Another tip is to pause. You gave us so many great stories within that speech. And those pauses would just give us a moment to really absorb the accomplishments that you had. I mean, what was it? It was a story where an old client contacted you, you provided a business plan, and you all came up with $100,000. Pause and recognize the greatness of that. Another tip that I provide to you is to organize your speech. In Toastmasters, that's something that we learn to do as we learn how to craft and develop our speeches. You started out by telling us about being bullied, and you talked about Miss Purple. And then life took you all over the world, and suddenly Miss Purple came right back. It would have been nice to know what happened with that contact that she gave you. Is Miss Purple now your girlfriend? You know, we love a good story. Once you jump into that story, make sure that you keep it organized and button it right up so that we can catch up with you. Thank you.
May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots. Timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute. Welcome contestant number 4, Marcus. Please provide a mic check.
Hello, Madam Contest Master. I hope you can hear my voice.
Thank you. We can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I am happy with my webcam framing.
I got you. Timer, please announce yourself.
I'm here.
Can you see the timer?
I can see the timer.
Awesome. We do recommend that you pin him if you are comfortable doing so.
Yes, please proceed.
Marcus Downey, contestant number 4. Contestant number 4, Marcus Downey.
Thank you, Madam Contest Chair, fellow Toastmasters, dignitaries, and guests. The fortune of bad luck. Ahmed Gay took us on a wonderful journey. The journey of him coming to the United States and going through so many iterations of what he had to do to get to where he is today. If I remember correctly, and I'm going to have to consult my notes, he's a Jordanian coming from the UAE to the United States, having to go back to Turkey, then to Hungary, and winding back in the US. Ahmed had some wonderful phrases in his speech. He talked about life taking him full circle. He talked about life being like dominoes falling. Wonderful, picturesque language that everybody can really get in their mind. And he painted some great pictures. He talked about his friend or nemesis, Mrs. Purple, who not only started with him in kindergarten, but came full circle at the end and welcomed him to his university in Hungary. I think the big message in Ahmed's speech was, you never know where life is going to take you. You just know it's not going to be in a straight line. A couple of things I think Ahmed could have improved. One, wearing a full headset and also the background were quite distracting during the speech. So getting either some wireless headphones and having a nice neutral background would be a great way to improve that. But that's the low-hanging fruit. That's the easy tech solution. Ahmed, slow down when you're talking, when you're giving your speech. You had so many wonderful things in there, but you never allowed us to take a minute to stop and process. Nobody will miss it if you miss a beat or if you pause for a second and give us a chance to think. Also, give us a little more structure, a little bit of an overview where you are going with your speech. It gives us a little bit of a better idea, and we can more take in those wonderful stories that you're telling us. And also, you don't have to explain your speech. We know that you're there. We're thankful that you're giving us this test speech and allowing us to learn this structure and learn hearing your story. So great speech, structure it a little bit better, slow down a little, and that's going to make it a wonderful speech. Thank you for sharing that with us. Back to you, Madam Contest Chair.
May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots? Timer, please give me the red signal at 1 minute. Welcome contestant number 4, Jonathan. Will you please provide a mic check?
Testing the microphone, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, we can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I'm delighted. Yeah, my
Wonderful.
wife's pretty decorations in the back.
Timer, please announce yourself.
Timer here.
Can you see the timer?
I see our timer.
Awesome. We do recommend you pinning the timer if you are comfortable to do so.
Okay.
Jonathan Dunn, contestant number 4. Contestant number 4, Jonathan Dunn.
There is indeed fortune in bad luck. Toastmasters, guests, and especially my new friend Ahmed, do you know where else there is great fortune? In being the test speaker at the district conference, in having your speech evaluated by district finalists. It is a surefire way to take your speech from good to great to simply fantastic. And Ahmed, we're going to improve the fortune of your speech tonight by focusing in on 3 foundational areas that should be part of every speech craft. First part, we're going to check out the fortune of your structure. Secondly, we're going to check out the fortune within your content of your speech. And then finally, we're going to enhance the fortune of your speak by enhancing your delivery. So let's get started, my friends. First off, you came out of the gates and you opened with telling us that you were going to tell us a story. And then you went into the body of the speech. You introduced the bully, Miss Purple. You told us about the free time that led you to joining Toastmasters. You talked about your numerous rejections and starting companies and the idea of what if you had said no. And then you closed us. Life is a play, life is a musical, and we rarely see the wholeness of things. Well, Ahmed, let's turbocharge that opening in particular. You told us you were going to tell us a story, and to quote famous chef Emeril Lagasse, let's kick it up a notch, baby. Instead of telling us, just come out of the gates and do it. It was 2007, and I had just been rejected for the 7th time. And then on top of it all, I joined this class and my bully was in there. That grabs us. Think about adding the flavor. Content, very important message on the wholeness. Very meaningful, but we need you to improve it. Ahmed, there's something called IU ratio. I implies control. You implies intimacy with the audience. And my friend, you did use I quite a few times. So let's make sure we have concern for the audience. And every time you say I, have at least 3 U's. It shows you care. The delivery was hyper conversational. You have a beautiful smile. When you said delightful, it even sounded delightful. Very detail oriented. To improve that area, just because it's virtual, Ahmed, when you said moving forward, you can actually move forward in the Zoom screen. So don't limit yourself, my man. It's been said the actions of our lives influence 80,000. So Ahmed, I hope this evaluation has enhanced your ability to give it, because showing 80,000 people there is fortune and bad luck would be amazing. Have a great night, Contest Master.
May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots? Timer, please give me the red mark at the 1 signal. Welcome, contestant number 6, Karen. Please provide a mic check.
Can you hear me okay? Testing 1, 2, test check.
Thank you, we can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I like my webcam framing. Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Timer, please announce yourself.
Timer here.
Can you see the timer?
You can, and I have pinned the timer.
Beautiful. Karen Eileen Gordon, contestant number 6. Contestant number 6, Karen Eileen Gordon.
Beloved Toastmasters family and fellow guests, it is my profound pleasure to offer an evaluation for Ahmed Abdeen. I'd like to tell you what Ahmed did gorgeously And then I'd like to give a couple of suggestions for how he may improve his already awesome speaking. I love bookstores. I haven't gone to too many since pandemic, but yesterday I went to a bookstore and I found some wisdom on a magnet. And the wisdom, it's a quote by Medora Strong, who was an 18th century wife of a French aristocrat. And the quote is, "Kindness is magic." And so I'd like to suggest that Ahmed sprinkled us with some magic today, and let me tell you how. First, what he did beautifully. He spread some magic all over these Zoom squares and throughout this contest by sharing a very personal story of having been bullied. Very heartfelt. We immediately got to know him. That was a beautiful way to start our connection. He also has incredible warmth. I feel like he's one of those people that I could listen to read a grocery list and want to lean in. His energy is just very high vibrational. He seems like a very happy human being. I just wanted to hear everything he had to say. In terms of what he could do to improve his speeches moving forward, Ahmed, like myself, might indeed be a recovering fast talker. I used to talk like this. I really want to talk like this because I love talking to you and I really want to get everything in the time. However, if Ahmed would slow down, he would allow us the pleasure of luxuriating in his words and his magic so we could absorb his full story. Also, I think Ahmed might give us a little bit of a roadmap. He started out by saying he was going to share a beautiful personal story about Miss Purple. I would like to know how he's going to connect those things. So maybe he could say, I'm going to start out with a story that'll blow your mind and it'll all make sense in the end. Also, I would love to invite him to reenact the voice of Miss Purple when she was talking to him. I think that might be really fun for listeners. The other thing that he did gorgeously was he has a great sense of humor. I'm familiar with stand-up comedy, and he has a very good rhythm of set up, punch, set up, punch. I applied to 7 schools, and I didn't get in. Miss Purple, you wouldn't believe who was there at the end? It was Miss Purple. So kindness is indeed magic, and what Ahmed left us with was the advice to embrace the unknown. That's a big hunk of magic that we can take forward. Kindness is magic, and Ahmed brought us some magic today with his beautiful speech. Madam Contest Master.
May we have 1 minute of silence while the judges mark their ballots? Timer, please give me the right signal at the 1 minute. Welcome, contestant number 7. Rashina, please provide a mic check.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. We can hear you. Are you happy with your webcam framing?
I am.
Timer, please announce yourself.
Timer here.
Can you see the timer?
I can.
We do recommend that you pin the timer if you're comfortable doing so.
Timer is pinned.
Awesome. Let's get going. Rashina Campbell, contestant number 7. Contestant number 7, Rashina Campbell.
To our speaker this evening, thank you for your awesome speech. Overall, it was a pleasant experience to hear your amazing journey in life. Toastmasters and guests, was it me, or didn't you see our fellow speaker share an elaborate story of the highs and lows, or mostly lows, of life. To our fellow speaker, you had so much information, so many stories to tell. And this evening, you led us on that journey. There was a moment where you mentioned the Toastmasters experience, and oh, that is experience that we all share too well, finding our voice. And you also had so much to say to our Toastmasters. Don't you remember that moment where we couldn't find a speech, we couldn't find a topic? Well, to our speaker, you showed us that you have an endless set of stories to tell. You had natural gestures, you had eye contact, you were thoroughly engaging. To our fellow speaker, like every uphill, you worked hard, you learned about yourself, you saw the nuggets in life, you saw the stones that you had to overcome, and you collected them together and presented an awesome speech. You've reached the top of your mountain, you were excellent. But now let's reflect and assess, because Toastmasters is not only about reaching the peak and saying your speech, it is about the improvements along the way to make you an even greater speaker. To our fellow presenter, I found that you used the word full circle. And full circle means going from the beginning to the end. I found that you would have, in your introduction, shared a few items that were not necessary to in the story of your journey. You shared how you may tell a story, but it may not be included, but well, how about you just tell us with your words and show us in your speech, then tell us what you're going to say. And with your closing, if you would end with a bang to bring us all full circle of what your title and your topic was all about. Secondly, you had so much information. One thing that's commonly said around us is you can never waste a speech. And in your way, you could break down that speech to 10 different mini speeches. So you need to slow down, break that speech apart, and use those 10 speeches and spread it throughout your Toastmasters journey. That allow you to slow down and talk about that purple experience and that bullying experience and that traveling experience. And lastly, use an analogy to take us through those milestones in life. Our fellow speaker, I commend you on the information, the journey that you shared with us today. And I would like to say to continue telling us your story, but also slow it down and take advantage of the Toastmasters journey where you have so much stories to tell. Congratulations, use these nuggets because greatness comes with perfecting the small things in life. Mr. Chair.
May we now have silence while the judges complete their ballots. Judges, at this time, please complete your ranking of the contestants. As a reminder, please print your name and sign the bottom of the ballot. Make sure you have one name for first, second, and third place, and send your copy of your ballot to the ballot counters as instructed to do so in the judge's briefing. Ballot counters, please remain in this room until you have received all of the ballots assigned to you. Then exit to the chief judge's breakout room. Timers, please take a picture of your timing sheets and send them to the chief judge as instructed during your briefing. Zoom technical coordinator, please let me know when the chief judge leaves the room.
The chief judge has left the room. We have one more ballot counter that needs to leave. I will message that person. Okay, everyone has left the room.
Thank you. Let's break out those Zoom emoticons. Give a round of applause to all of our contestants. Give that reaction button its work. And while we are waiting for the votes to come in, please, let's get to know our contestants. Zoom coordinator, please allow the contestants to unmute themselves and turn on their cameras. I have questions ready for all of you. And let me tell you, I'm going to pick your brains just a little bit. Although I am going to start with John, because as you filled out your profiles, you had listed on your speech title in an evaluation, what would you do for a smile? So John, I am asking you, what would you do for a smile?
Well, Anna, you already did it. Have we met before?
It could very possibly be. I've been around a little bit.
I don't think we did, but I was so impressed how you pronounced my last name correctly. I think you might have pronounced it better than I often do. So many people mess up my last name. You got a smile out of me just for saying it correctly. I was very impressed.
Well, that's good. I at least have one mark for positivity for that. I love it. Thank you so much. Marcus, I noticed that out of all the contestants, you were the only one wearing a bow tie. In fact, not many people can pull off a bow tie. You pull it off quite spiffingly, if I say so. Is this normal wear for you, or is this just for this evaluation contest?
It's always great to get dressed up for a special occasion, of course, but the bow tie, I think, is a lost piece of clothing. Honestly, I hate wearing ties, and they just kind of flop around. They don't really serve all that much of a purpose. And the bow tie is a perfect compromise. It looks good. It doesn't flop around in front of you, and you can dress up a lot of things with it. I'm fortunate not to have to wear a bow tie in my daily routine. Even as a teaching professor, I wear a khakis and a polo shirt, sometimes even this blazer. I even got the official one with the leather patches on it as a professor. So actually, I got it at a thrift store at a good deal. So that's the only reason I got it. But I figure you got to represent.
Awesome. I love it. I believe thrift stores are the secret treasure troves of many good things. So no judgment there.
Especially if you come out to Naples, you can get really good stuff at a really good price. So,
all right, I'm gonna have to add that to my list. I'm a travel person, and I'm gonna add it. Naples and thrift stores. Got it. Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Fifth Avenue is the
perfect. Charlie, on your information that I was given, you said what inspires you the most is leaving a legacy. And your favorite quote, you talk about fear of being inadequate. Now, to me, this sounds like a Toastmaster speech waiting to happen, but I'm curious on the leaving a legacy part. What is it that you are hoping to achieve? What is the highest part of legacy that you would like to leave for everyone here to remember?
Thank you so much for the question. I think when you think about leaving a legacy, you want people to remember you by a certain thing. And when I look at my life, I would want people to remember me by the person who decided to go for it. And with that, it'll be going for it in my dreams, going for it in my career, and just doing whatever it is that I put my mind to do, whether I was afraid or not, I went for it. And I want everyone to remember that and to know that they too can go for it and walk in their purpose and achieve their purpose. And as you mentioned, the quote that I really like is from Marianne Williamson, which says, "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure." So as people today, we tend to downplay our accomplishments and downplay who we are. But in actuality, this is just imposter syndrome. We are more powerful than we could have ever imagined. And if one of my speeches impacts someone's life to go after their dreams and to believe in themselves, then I think I would have left a legacy.
Beautifully said. Definitely sounds like it needs to be a good speech. Start writing, girl. That's amazing. All right, Miss Rashina. You have a notable accomplishment of international region. I believe it's with a sorority. Please do explain this.
So I'm a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. And yes, there are chapters in the continental United States. However, there are chapters around the world as well. And it's called the International Region. So it's Canada, Jamaica, the Bahamas, Dubai, Japan, and the list goes on. So each region has a competition where you put a booklet of your accomplishments, your community service, your attendance to conferences, and the list goes on. It's 20 pages that you create, and that's what the main organization uses to compare all of the competitors. So in 2020, for the year of 2020, I won the Sister of the Year in the international region. So that's over 20 booklets that were 20 pages long. And out of all of those, I was able to come out on top.
Wow, incredibly done. That is fantastic. So definitely a notable accomplishment. Kudos to that.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Lakeisha. Now, first of all, I'm curious, did I butcher your last name? I got the Morris part right.
No, it was correct.
Oh, thank goodness. I said it and I thought, oh no, I'm going to butcher this one now too. But I'm curious because it is a different spelling, unique. Yeah. What are some of the challenges that you have with that last name? Some examples of bad pronunciations.
Well, I was the original challenge with that name. I was friends with my husband for a while before we started dating, and I pronounced his name incorrectly for probably years. Before he finally just figured, I guess I better correct her before she takes this name on, because I always just said Maru.
That was almost how I said it. So
I would not have been upset with you because I had the similar experience until he finally corrected me. And it still took me a minute to reprogram my brain to say, no, my last name is Moreau.
I love it. Being on phones, sometimes when people call you, the way they butcher your name is just amusing. Let's put it that way.
Yes, it is. It is.
All right, Jonathan.
Yes.
You stated that it was your wife's handiwork for all of this decoration behind you. Are you saying you had no say in it whatsoever as to how your room was to look?
That is correct. When we purchased this home in 2020, and she began to ask me my opinion on cabinet colors and room design, and I said, "Dear, do you really want to know my opinion? Because it's okay if you don't." And she said, "Well, now that you mention it, I don't." And I said, "I just have one small request there." We lived in a condo in South Florida for a while, so I really love chefing. So we finally had a big, patio area. And I said, just let me have my outdoor kitchen the way that I want to have it. And everything you do, I'm all aboard. So when every season comes in, she kind of comes back here and redecorates and changes the colors. And this is the post-Easter color scheme.
I love it. So does that mean you have your outdoor kitchen space all set up?
I do, and I absolutely love it. It's where I spend the most time.
Awesome. So I hear a cookout at Jonathan's place next week after.
Well, the problem is I live up in Tampa now.
That's okay. I'm in Texas. I'll fly. It's no worries. All right, Miss Karen, I am intrigued. You on your profile said that one of the things you love to do most is self-care, and that's important for every one of us. So what are your top self-care items?
Oh, such a good topic. The number one thing, and I do this a lot, and anybody in the room who has ever done yoga or likes yoga, that's where I found it, but it's lots of places. It's called alternate nostril breathing. It takes 30 seconds and it'll bring you from like a 10 panic attack to 1, you're a noodle and you're gonna slither out of your Zoom square. So like, I don't know. I can show you how to do it, but that's what I do. 30 seconds. You want me to lead everybody through it, or?
I think that's great. I'm sure it's plugging both sides.
One side at a time. So you breathe into it and through it. Let's do 30 seconds. Okay, everybody,
Let's do it.
plug your right nostril, breathe in through your left to a count of 1, 2, 3, 4. Plug the left, breathe out through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. In through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plug the right, out through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Deep breath in when you're done, and out with some sound. 30 seconds of that. 30 seconds of that will harmonize your brain, the left and right side of your brain, and bring your stress from like a 10 to like, lower. So that's my number one tool, and you can do it. You can't do it on a Zoom square when you're on camera, but there are other tools for that. I have ones that don't look as crazy, but that's my favorite.
I love it. The only thought I had was I wish there were more cameras that we could have on and we could all be at the same time.
I know you have to be willing to work silly sometimes to calm down, but it's worth it. Yeah.
That's number one rule of being on stage. If you feel goofy, then you're doing it right.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Awesome. So I'm going to start asking some random questions. We all here are very familiar with Toastmasters. I'm going to ask some different pieces. Again, very short answers. We're not looking for a 5 to 7 minute speech quite yet. But let's start with Charlie. You're going to get the first one here. What is your most hated form of transportation?
That's a really interesting question. So for me, I would say that my most hated form of transportation is catching the train. I studied in England for university, and let me tell you, I hated catching the train. I am not a fit person at all. But when it came to making sure that you were on time for the train, I had to run as fast as I can. And nothing was more painful than when you finally got to where the train was, and then they shut the door on you. And then you had to wait for the next train. So honestly, being on a train, I completely hate it. I do not recommend it. 0 out of 10. I would prefer a bus any day.
Good to know. No trains. Got it. All right, Miss Rashina. Why is sandwich meat round and sandwich bread square? I told you they're going to be random.
Why is sandwich meat round and sandwich bread square? Because if you cut the bread
They haven't fully given me. They have
of the meat, if you cut the bread, the shape of the meat, you let not get crust.
I love that answer. I am going to run with it. Completely done, because you want all the meat that you can possibly have. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right, Marcus. What superpower do you not want?
I would say the superpower of being able to change everything in the world, to just snap my fingers and say everything is great. Because can you imagine all the people coming to you saying, hey, can you change this? Can you change that? You have two people that want you to change the absolute opposite things from each other. So that's just not going to work in the long run. Flying, invisibility, X-ray vision, all those classic ones are great, but snapping your fingers and changing things, that'd be the one I'd have to say, nah, I can do without.
All right, so genie is not in your forte. Got it. I like it. All right, Jonathan. Have you ever unwrapped and then rewrapped a gift bearing your name?
Oh yeah, I mean, my mother is like this hyper level perfectionist. She's like the brain surgeon of wrapping gifts. And When I was a little kid and I have no attention to detail, I used to unwrap all my presents and then rewrap them and think she wouldn't notice that stuff. Oh, man. And I did it a few years in a row, too. So, no wonder she thought I was insane for a few years. Like, you would have thought I would have learned my lesson, but I kept trying. I like knowing the ending, ahead of time.
Apparently, does that mean you watch the ending of movies and read the end of it first?
Yeah, it drives my wife nuts. And she's like, why do you do that? And I'm like, well, this will let me know if it's worth watching. I've
Very
taken the
wise.
whole beginning with the end in mind philosophy from Stephen Covey to new levels.
Awesome. I love it. All right, Miss Lakeisha. Why is it that you lower the volume of the music in the car when you're looking for an address?
How did you know? Who told you?
I think we all do the same thing.
I need to concentrate on one thing at a time. And it's too much clutter. I already can't see very well. So now I have to see and remember an address and listen to music at the same time. One of these things has to go. And I choose the sound.
I completely agree. If I'm jamming out and I miss the address, that just can't happen. I get it. I totally get it. All right, Miss Karen, you'll know the answer to this one.
I'm ready.
Why can women not put mascara on with their mouth closed?
That's a very good question. People don't know this. I'm very interested in energy work and meridians. There is a little known energy meridian that runs from the eye to the jaw. So if you're trying to open your eyes, and your mouth has to be open. They're like cousins. It's an energy meridian thing. There's some name of it. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a very interesting Chinese name. But there's a little meridian. So you can't do both.
Interesting. I feel like that's something I need to be. We're going to be having all these kind of facial interactions. I'm going to watch this back and go, what did they do for this contest? I love it.
Great question.
All right, John, are you ready for yours?
I want to hear more from the rest of them. They're cracking me up.
All right, well, this one I think is going to be right up your alley. When Donald Duck gets out of the shower, why does he put on a towel when he doesn't wear any pants?
I don't watch any duck porn, so I'm not sure I have an answer to that question. But I'd like to address Jonathan. When I got married, my mother-in-law told me that my ex-wife would unwrap Christmas presents and neatly wrap them back up. So I would create dummy presents and leave them around so that she would open up oven mitts. What? Just because I knew that she would do that. And Charlie, I take the train to work every day, and I would much rather do that than drive on I-95 to West Palm Beach and back to Boca every day. But Donald Duck, I can't really, talking ducks and towels, I think he's wrapping a towel around really just to dry off. It's not a modesty thing. The water's got to go somewhere, but I don't know why he wouldn't just shake his tail like a regular duck would.
Right, and then he wears a shirt and a hat. That's it. That's our Donald Duck.
Well, I probably would do that too because I'm very fair, and down here the sun, if I don't cover up or really lather up the sunblock, then I'm going to look more like a roasted pig than a Donald Duck.
I love it. It's always the age-old question of why does your hair grow lighter in the sun and your skin grow darker? I'm sure there's some logical explanation and reasoning behind it. Pigmentation, something to that extreme.
That's because there's a meridian that goes between your face and your hair, and it counterbalances the color. I don't remember the name of it, but it's a Chinese word.
You know all about it. Yes.
It's a net amount of pigment that goes out of your hair and into your skin.
It's travel.
Activation of pigmentation.
It's
travel.
hiding.
As
to
an
get out of
engineer,
the
I'll
way,
go with that.
Oh, this is great. All right, we're gonna go back to Rashina. Do you think it's possible for a short person to talk down to a taller person?
In short, anything is possible.
Perfect answer. Absolutely well done. I think a step stool could be helpful. We can pretend we're a little bit taller, but I love it. Great answer. All right, let's go with Karen. This one will be a fun one for you. Do bald people get dandruff?
You know, they do, but they're very generous and they donate it to the people who don't have dandruff. Because really, there's an inclusivity that needs to happen on the planet, and dandruff should not be excluded from that. So I believe that's what happens.
I think that makes sense. And it's less visible, I'm sure, if that's the case.
It is. Yes, you're right.
All right, I like it. We're going to ask another shape question to Marcus. Marcus, why is a boxing ring square?
Well, you have to have the corners there, because if you're really doing badly in the fight, you got to have a place to hide. And so that's why you have the boxing ring being a square. Now, if you think about the mixed martial arts people, they actually have an octagon, which is a 8-sided figure there. I guess they just couldn't quite figure out how to put a door into a round circle, so that's why they went with the octagon.
Interesting. I do like the hiding in the corners thing. That's definitely an accuracy. Charlie, did we lose Charlie?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Because I'm curious, we're going along with the sports theme here. What would you consider being the most boring sport?
I think this is an interesting question to ask someone who's not into any sports.
All the
I
more
honestly
reason.
don't want to be that person to say that all sports are boring. So I will have to say golf is one of the most boring sports. Like, if you don't understand what is going on, you will just be completely confused throughout the game. However, when you play, you're interested in it. But to watch it, 0 out of 10, I would not recommend.
Great answer. I am told that we have the chief judge in the room. Is that correct? We're over.
That is correct. The chief judge is back in the room.
Thank you so much for indulging me. That was a blast. I hope that all of you guys were very well entertained and laughing and enjoying. It was a great pleasure to be a part of this. But the moment we have all been waiting for, we need the results, right? All right, there has been one disqualification due to time, but let's get to the announcement of the winners. In third place, we have Karen Eileen Gordon. Good job, Karen. In second place, John Schneier. Good job, John. And finally, in first place, taking the title, the gold home, Jonathan Dunn. Congratulations, Jonathan. Congratulations, all of you. Well done. I am so proud of everyone for at least participating even. I will now turn it back over to you, Toastmaster Patricia.
I think maybe you mean Toastmaster Lepidra.
Oh, yep, that would be it. Toastmaster Lepidra.
Thank you, Anna. Good evening once again to all of you, and congratulations to all of our contestants and winners this evening. Again, we want to thank you for being with us, and we encourage you to join us tomorrow evening for the humorous speech contest, which begins promptly at 7 p.m. At this time, we will now move right along into the next event for this evening, which is the evening of Swallowtail. So stay put, don't move, turn on those cameras, let's show those faces just before they begin, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks again for coming out, and see you tomorrow. Remember, stay in for the Swallowtail event. We will be in this room for that event. Don't move.
Thank you, Lepidra. Yes, we are here for Night of the Swallowtail. We want to again congratulate all the winners, and we'd like to recognize our tech coordinator for this next Social Butterfly event, our Toastmaster, Olethea Gardner, our chat monitor, distinguished Toastmaster, Nick Smith, and our timer, Toastmaster, Christine Sweating. I'm Susan Veneta, Area 15 Director, and I am grateful to introduce our facilitator for Night of the Swallowtail, distinguished Toastmaster, Paul Chance. Paul Chance has been a Toastmaster for over 12 years. He currently works for the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization as Public Relations Representative. Mr. Chance has been connecting the transportation community with transportation planning for over 18 years. He also has a radio show on WAVS 1170 AM, which plays at 6:30 AM every Sunday. He is a graduate of Florida A&M University with a bachelor's degree in public relations. He is married to Renee Chance, and they have one son named Alexander Boaz Chance. Please help me enthusiastically welcome Paul Chance.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All of the Toastmasters and members and guests, thank you and welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know, I feel like I wrote that myself as you said it. I couldn't have said it any better myself, but listen, we're gonna have a good time tonight. I want y'all to be ready, be prepared. I want to warm y'all up first. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna enjoy the music. We're gonna enjoy singing. We're gonna enjoy laughter. So just go ahead and start your hand clapping, showing your love. Yes, showing your love. Get ready for your laughter. If you're on silent, it's okay. You can laugh. It's laugh. Get ready to clap. Get ready to enjoy yourself, because laughter and enjoyment of music is, like I say, music to your ears. So let's get ready to have a good night. Tonight is a special night. Tonight is the night that we showcase talent. Talent tonight. If y'all haven't seen enough talent already throughout this conference, you're going to see more. You're going to see more. I want to start this off right here. As I got introduced today, I talked a little bit about my son. My son is 12 years old, okay? I'll tell you that right now. My son is 12 years old, but I promise you he's going on 22. 12, but going on 22. And he likes to tell jokes all the time, tells me jokes. And I tell jokes a lot, and he tells some jokes as well. And let me tell you something. He came to me the other day, and he said, I want to tell you a joke. I said, okay, no problem. Tell me a joke. He said, why did the chicken cross the road? I said, I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road? He said, to get to the party. And I was like, that's not funny. So he said, okay, Dad, no problem, no problem, no problem. Listen, I got another one. I said, I don't know if I could take another one. He said, I got one more. I said, all right, I listen, one more. He says to me, have you seen the movie, The Constipated? I said, have I seen the movie? I said, I've never even heard of that movie. He said, Dad, that's because it hasn't come out yet. All right, so all right, listen, we're gonna get started right now with our first act. His name is Joseph Tapper, our next artist, and he is an author, he's a speaker, he's a health coach, he's a recording artist who has traveled nationally and internationally, benefiting a variety of audiences. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Joseph Tapper. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Give it up for Mr. Tapper. Yes, I see the chat line going crazy right now. I love it. I want to encourage y'all to use the chat line. I want to encourage y'all to go ahead and yes, give them the claps, just give it up for them. Show them all the love in the world. That's what it's about. Y'all talking about talent tonight. We're talking about talent. I want to thank y'all for sticking around. I know it's been a long day, long night, but let me tell you, the talent just keeps on going and keeps on going and keeps on getting better. So let me tell you real quick, 2 seconds. My son came back, said, "Hey, Dad, I got one more, please." I said, "Son, I don't want no more. I'm done. I'm done with you. No more jokes." So he says, "What did the ocean say to the shore?" I said, "I don't know what the ocean said to the shore." "What, get in?" He says, "No, Dad. Come on." He didn't say anything. He just waved. Our next artist is coming up. His name is Kareem Williams, and also known as Kareem Wildream. He is a visual artist, a problem solver, and a storyteller. So please, without further ado, please give it up for Mr. Kareem.
I had this idea for visual and verbal storytelling for at least a year now, maybe even a few years. And here's my first attempt or rendition of realizing that idea. So you guys get to witness the first iteration of what I have in mind, and here we go. I'll be reading a section from a book, and specifically starting from Miles Monroe 365-day devotional. And I'm going to read a segment of it and create a piece of art related to that segment. So go along on this journey with me. The wealthiest spot on earth. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than we can ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. Ephesians 3, verse 20. The wealthiest spot on this planet is not the oil fields of Kuwait, Iraq, or Saudi Arabia. Neither is it the gold and diamond mines of South Africa, the uranium mines of the Soviet Union, or the silver mines of Africa. Though it may surprise you, the richest deposits on our planet lie just a few blocks from your house. They rest in your local cemetery or graveyard. Buried beneath the soil, within the walls of those sacred grounds, are dreams that never came to pass, songs that were never sung, books that were never written, paintings that never filled the canvas, ideas that were never shared, visions that never became reality, inventions that were never designed, plans that never went beyond the drawing board of the mind, and purposes that were never fulfilled. Our graveyards are filled with potential that remained potential. What a tragedy. Only a minute percentage of the 7.75 billion people on this planet will experience a significant portion of their true potential. Are you a candidate for contributing to the wealth of the cemetery? Ask yourself the following questions. Who am I? Why am I here? How much potential do I have? What am I capable of doing? By what criteria should I measure my ability? Who sets the standards? By what process can I maximize my ability? What are my limitations? Within the answers to these questions lies the key to a fulfilled, effective life. One of the greatest tragedies in life is to watch potential die untapped. Many potential great men and women never realize their potential because they do not understand the nature and concept of the potential principle. As God has revealed to me the nature of potential, I have a burden to teach others what I have learned. There is a wealth of potential in you. I know because God has shown me the vast store He placed in me. My purpose is to help you understand that potential and get it out. You must decide if you're going to rob the world or bless it with the rich, valuable, potent, untapped resources locked away within you. You are more than what you have done. And here's my 2 cents on the matter. As a visual artist and as a Toastmaster, a verbal artist and storyteller, I am guilty of what was said previously. The amount of ideas that I had that I never shared, the amount of paintings that I haven't done as yet, and now the amount of stories that I've not written and told is just embarrassing to think about. I've had hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of ideas pass through my mind over my lifetime, and the vast majority of those died without me realizing them. The vast majority. I brought a few to life, but not nearly enough for me to feel fulfilled, for me to feel that I was on the ball and that I paid respect to those ideas. And it's not enough for me to feel that I was tapping into my true potential. If I was to be honest today, I haven't even scratched the surface of what I can do. And that's largely due to fear. You know that the acronym false expectations appearing real. That's largely due to being concerned with what other people are thinking. It's largely due to the bad habits and the vices that I have, the things that distracted me from executing on ideas that I had. It's largely due to those few things that are just detrimental, not positive, not beneficial. And they've been plaguing me for a while. And me saying this publicly is 1, for accountability, 2, to make a commitment to change and to continue to progress and grow and to finally tap into and realize my true potential. Because if you keep your mouth quiet, if you stay in your corner and hide, you're running away from the very thing that you need to release what you have inside of you. So hey, here am I saying that I commit to letting the ideas that I have out. I commit to doing more each day. I commit to discovering what I have and what I was placed here to do, and I commit to doing that. And I pray that before I go, I can honestly and guiltlessly say that I have left all I had on the table. I poured everything out, and I could actually die empty. And I pray that you make a commitment to release the potential that you have trapped inside of you. You know exactly what you're not doing. You know when you complete a job or a task, how much more you could have done. We all do it. So I pray that you commit to realizing and fulfilling your own potential, and commit to not robbing us of what you have to offer. That's my commitment, and I pray that you make it yours as well. I had this idea for visual and verbal storytelling for at least a year now, maybe even a few years. And here's my first attempt or rendition of realizing that idea. So you guys get to witness the first iteration of what I have in mind, and here we go. I'll be reading a section from a book, and specifically starting from the Miles Monroe 365-day devotional. And I'm going to read a segment of it and create a piece of art related to that segment. So go along on this journey with me. The wealthiest spot on earth. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than we can ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. Ephesians 3, verse 20. The wealthiest spot on this planet is not the oil fields of Kuwait, Iraq, or Saudi Arabia. Neither is it the gold and diamond mines of South Africa, the uranium mines of the Soviet Union, or the silver mines of Africa. Though it may surprise you, the richest deposits on our planet lie just a few blocks from your house. They rest in your local cemetery or graveyard. Buried beneath the soil, within the walls of those sacred grounds, are dreams that never came to pass, songs that were never sung, books that were never written, paintings that never filled the canvas, ideas that were never shared, visions that never became reality, inventions that were never designed, plans that never went beyond the drawing board of the mind, and purposes that were never fulfilled. Our graveyards are filled with potential that remained potential. What a tragedy. Only a minute percentage of the 7.75 billion people on this planet will experience a significant portion of their true potential. Are you a candidate for contributing to the wealth of the cemetery? Ask yourself the following questions. Who am I? Why am I here? How much potential do I have? What am I capable of doing? By what criteria should I measure my ability? Who sets the standards? By what process can I maximize
Yay!
mine?
Yeah, wow, look at that. You know what?
my limitations.
Amazing, Cream. Amazing work, man. Amazing.
Thank you
Yeah,
guys.
go ahead.
Thank you guys for your patience. I have to tap out there.
Fact of life.
Go ahead and get a towel or something. Get a towel, man, and wipe all that sweat off. Wipe all of that off.
I must say that the spotlight is very hot right now. The imaginary spotlight of 100+ people. So here's what I got.
Man, that's great, man. That is great. That is great. That is great. What would you entitle that artwork?
Let's see. I would entitle this Untapped. Let's call it Untapped.
Untapped. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Y'all give it up for Kareem. Y'all give it up for Kareem. Please give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. I've never really seen anything like that before, so that was amazing. Now, I mean, I was really glued with the music and the talking. That was great, man. So thank you so much for Kareem. Wonderful work, man. Wonderful work. Thank you. All right, we're gonna keep this thing going. I want to thank y'all for staying and keeping around. We got more talent. Our next artist, he is a lover of poetry. Don't go anywhere. He's a lover of poetry. Had the pleasure of performing many places and have been doing spoken word for quite some time, 21 years to be exact. He intends to travel the world as a world-renowned poet someday. But he's doing it right now because we have a stage that's worldwide right now. Y'all get ready to be amazed by this man's poetry. Give it up for John Byron Bain.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay.
You are heard.
This piece is entitled 52 Pieces. Hope you guys enjoy. It was day 26 of my calendar since you've been gone. And I'm not talking about Kelly Clarkson since you've been gone. I can breathe for the first time. I'm talking about day 26 since you've been gone. I just can't seem to get by the way you told me to get and by the way, what is up with all these vibes? We were not in sync. Never on the same page. We were in love, or supposed to be. But you see, you was just this queen who took my heart, couldn't fathom why you're so typical of you to always have an ace up your sleeve, because although I be your king and you my queen, I was simply the jack who broke 10 commandments, did the Bible the 9 fruits of the spirit. I know 8 is enough, but still committed 7 deadly sins. I was hot like a 6, about to lose it on 5. 4, what reason I do not know, just needed 3 fingers to hold the gun, 2 to keep it steady, 1 to pull the trigger, too many excuses. 5, 3 was a company. 4, what reason I do not know, just took my 5 senses, left you hot like a 6. Although you be my 7th heaven, you made me crazy like 8. It took me 9 months to see that your beauty is a perfect 10. Look, I don't know much about algebra, but I do know that 1 + 1 = a jack who thought he had a queen who made him feel like a king who only ended up smoking aces. And I wish juices were wild so that I know the declare war. See, truth be told, we weren't playing with a full deck. We were the perfect catch. 21. Wasn't too fond of any other fish in the sea, but if you never had a heart, then go fish. You played me like a game of solitaire. For that, I shed solitaires. Didn't want to become a free cell. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, this could have been us. But you, choking. You was this queen, I mean, some chick with a crown who could never take the hand like Jesus. So look at me when I am talking to you. Hearts, diamonds, spades, club, PC. For you, I went all in on hearts. I wanted to give you diamonds and you didn't want kids, so you got spade. All you wanted to do was club. And I should have known we weren't going to last. how could I expect Cupid to show me love when I've ever seen Cupid do is shuffle? And for the record, I hope you see how my heart just opened to 51 pieces. I mean, this truly could have been us, but you play too much. So when you decide to stop joking, would you understand how my heart just broke into 51? No, 52 pieces. Thank you.
Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Man, that was amazing. I just want to pull out my deck of cards right now. I don't know where they are, but look, right here. I got my deck of cards right here, man. I got my deck of cards right here. I'm ready to be like 1, 2. I'm about to talk to my wife tonight like this. Be like, yo, look, go to bed like this.
Right.
And show up with a deck of cards in my hand. And she's gonna be like, what you doing with a deck of cards?
Right.
Hey, listen, that was awesome, man. That was awesome.
Thank you, man.
All right, give it up, 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 give it up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Listen, really quick, I want to tell y'all something really quick, and I'm not gonna take too long. But I had a one-on-one on my son. I had to tell him something. I had to talk to him for a minute. I just had to talk to him. I want to thank y'all for still keeping in with him, but I had to talk to him for a minute. And I had to tell him, I said, son, listen, the jokes that you have are not funny. I want to know who is feeding you these jokes. Who's feeding you these jokes? And he turns and he looks at me and says, Uncle Jason. Uncle Jason is feeding me these jokes. Now, Uncle Jason is a good friend. That's like a brother to me. He's been there from the beginning. But let me tell you about Uncle Jason, okay, my brother. How many people have friends, but they're special friends, special friends. So this Jason is a special friend. And when I say that, I mean, I'm working with him. I work with him. I've been working with him. I continue to work with him. So let me tell you this really quick. I asked Jason to pick me up from the airport. I said, come pick me up from the airport. I'm here. You know how many people I get picked up from the airport, but don't want people to be late. That's what I'm saying. So I told him, come pick me up from the airport at 7 o'clock. I get there at 7 o'clock, and he never showed up. 7:30 comes, nobody. I call him at 8 o'clock. I said, Jason, I'm at the airport. And he says, no, you're not. I said, yes, I am. He says, no, you're not. I said, yes, I am. And he says, let me tell you, I jumped in the car. I got on 95. I passed 135th Street. I said, uh-huh. He said, I passed 103rd Street. I said, uh-huh. And he said, I passed 79th Street. I said, uh-huh. I said, I passed 62nd Street. I said, uh-huh. He said, then I saw a sign that said airport left. So I turned around and came back home. That's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm dealing with. All right, listen, our next performer tonight, get ready for an outstanding performer. Another one. How does DJ Khaled say? Another one. This is Kavari Dua, and she's representing the FAU Toastmasters Club. So y'all get ready. She has performed dance stage shows in Michigan and in Florida. She also sings in Hindu. And this right now, she's presenting a song from a recent gathering. Please give a warm welcome to Miss Kavari.
All the ladies have to dance. ये तेरा कन्हैया पनघट पे मेरी पकड़े है भैया तंग मुझे करता है संग मेरे लड़ता है राम जी की कृपा से मैं बची
All right, give it up, give it up, give it up. Kaveri Dua. Give it up, give it up. Kaveri Dua. Here we go, here we go. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. And next up, our next performer. He is a multi-talented young man with a passion for speaking, music, and preaching the gospel. He serves as the Vice President of Education in the Circle of Excellence Toastmasters Club in District 47 in Nassau, Bahamas. Without any formal keyboard training or lessons, he discovered that he could play the piano by ear and began slowly making music. Get ready, relax your mind, and please give a warm welcome to Frankie. Amen, amen, amen. Frankie, give it up for Frankie. Give it up for Frankie. Bringing the total praise. Total praise, amen. Y'all put it in the chat, put it in the chat, put it in the chat, put it in the chat. Yes. Frankie, awesome job, awesome job. I'm telling you, we got talent here. We got talent, don't go nowhere. We got talent. We got a couple more talents coming up. Let me tell you, that just put me in the mood. Just put me in the mood. Yes, it did. Put me in the church mood. It put me in a forgiveness mood because let me tell you, I was upset with Jason for leaving me at the airport. So what did I do? I said, let's go to church. I'm gonna work on my forgiveness. And as Frankie played that song and just reminded me, it took me back to that time that we went to church. And I know sometimes people get a little sleepy in church for some reason. I don't know why, but some people get sleepy in church. I don't know why. Don't ask me. I don't go to sleep in church. But I took Jason with me. We was at church. The pastor looks at me while we sitting in church and he's preaching. He looks at me and Jason is sitting next to me and he glances to the right of me and he looks at Jason and Jason's like this. Sleep in church. The pastor got so mad. He got so upset. The pastor just said, he just stopped his sermon and he says to everyone that wants to go to heaven, stand up. Everybody just stood up. The whole congregation said, whoosh. Everybody stood up. The pastor, everybody stood up except for Jason, who was asleep in church. Pastor says, everybody sit down. Everybody said, shoo. He says, anyone who does not want to go to heaven, stand up. And for some reason, all Jason heard was stand up. Jason got up. Whoosh. Jason looked around the church and the congregation. He realized something. And he talked to the pastor. He said, Pastor, he says, I don't know what I'm voting on, but it looks like you and me the only ones voting. You're the only ones voting. The pastor's standing up too. Anyway, listen, we got to keep this thing going. We have our next amazing artist. Mandy Chan has been a Toastmaster since 2018. She has sang the U.S. national anthem at the Toastmasters National Conference in 2019 and many other charity events. So put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Mandy Chan.
Thank you, everyone. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the lights from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home. bless America. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, wise we fall. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Thank you, everyone.
No, 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 Andy. Thank you. Thank you. You got look at me. Look at me, Mandy. You got me in the spirit. You got me in the spirit. Y'all give it up for Mandy. Y'all give it up for Mandy. Y'all give it up for Mandy. Great job. Tell her we got talent here, y'all. We got talent. We got talent. We got talent. We got talent. And I hope y'all are enjoying the program so far. And we're going to keep this thing going. We have our next artist coming up is Rico Johnson. He is a lover of poetry and rap. He is excited, about this whole opportunity. So he does have an album coming out, and he is currently compiling and would love to bring some of this content, hopefully, to next year's conference or any early opportunities that may arise. Please give it up and give a warm welcome to Rico.
Thank you. Thank you. Just want to say I am truly grateful for the opportunities poetry allows to convey our most intimate thoughts. And love definitely is the universal language. So hope you guys like this piece. How do I truly say sorry for taking for granted the most valuable gift I was handed? Took me somehow from being stranded to frequent flyer and never landing. Too much words to put in this poem, but somehow I try to cram it. If only I could go and get control of them, how often I'd gift you planets. Think the world revolve around you, Tell the truth now, it probably does. Was out here trying to live my truth, but what found me was love. So I'm hoping the juxtaposing synonymous cuts. Smallest dosages been too potent, I'm drowning in your waves. Ever since I met you, told you mountains would have to beckon, eyes fixated on the lectern. I'm in awe at your class. So I'm hoping time leaves no room for conjecture, and the hands that often lessen instead give more hours, minutes, seconds, but with a ring on their hand. My 5'3" chocolate sovereign bring jealousy out of Coke bottles and easily solicit ogling, but if they ever get past, what captivates the eyes with its visuals is way deeper than the physical. Essence and mental is the pinnacle, so still way ahead of the class. So eyes still fixated on the lectern. You know, I always stare, I can't look away. The most beautiful brown eyes I've ever stepped through. Walked into your mind and my heart just got took away, fair exchange. But somehow I lost it. Out here pacing, racing, retracing my steps, spent whole life waiting, elated over planets I leapt. On top of stars I stepped and toppled scars that I met. Attempted to move galaxies, unraveling the source of these analogies. Can't fathom the depth of the oceans that flow in, the chest that besets your cauldron. You have yet to just let it out because you've been left to reflect on posers whose tongues were dipped in honey, float on paper like fine silk. So I understand your apprehension for me, but know that this is divine will. See, before I knew you, I dreamt of you, asked for you. Before the paintbrush in my mind drew you, mentally sent for you, would grasp for you. Used to approach things closed-minded in silence. I find that I climb and remove every single lock and clasp for you. So no protocol, I guess, no gloves, no mask for you. But with no suitor, I suit up to move all the gashes and slashes from you. From suitors who claim they knew you, but just left fire and ashes for you. So I understand. Put me to the test. They say true colors are past it for you. No multiple choice. See, no bubbles at all. Just took my breath away, no scuba, just dove in, no thought. They paid no reparations to you, don't know what's the cost. Out here trying to break cycles, but not trying to chain you, but don't want to lose you at all. Took a deep breath and try to put it all in one note like I'm playing tuba or something. All praise to the creator that drew you, because it truly are art. To be honest, I'm just grateful that he brought me to you, to truly be honest. I just wish I'd gotten to you sooner, because look what they do to your heart. Bruising and scarred. How elusive is love. No, 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 not the lip service, the one that comes through in the arms. And they say mouth could say anything, but I got no crucifix, but I just been dying to give you my light to help you move up above. But I understand. Gotta be wise with your movements. Nah, I'm not trying to rush you like Putin. Just some slight adjustments to the route in hopes of improving your stance. Better vantage point for your vision. These words are meant to be felt, not just to listen. Heart emojis and diamonds are glistening, fulfillment of the vision. You just give me a hand. But trust. If anyone does, I understand. My name is Rico/Bars. Thank you for having me.
Give it up, give it up, give it up, man. Give it up. Rico in the building. Rico, great job, man. That was nice. Give it up, man. Give it up, give it up. Thank y'all so much for sticking around. That's true. There you go. Spoken the word with the rhythm. Here we go. I love it, man. I love it. Thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. All right. I saw somebody said they was recording you, so they're gonna use it on later on a date night or something. All good, all good. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going. Our next performer is a devoted mother of 3, a veteran educator of 21 years, 18 years in the public service, and 3 years in the private sector, a Toastmaster for 6 years, and an ordained minister and a gospel artist. Presently, she has 2 singles out right now. One called True Worship and another one called Waiting. Please give a warm welcome for Sonia.
Sonia, we're not hearing you. Sonia,
you
we're
don't
not
have your
hearing
mic
you.
on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now.
AT&T not coming through.
It must have been cold there in my shadow to never have sunlight on your face. You were content to let me shine. That's your way. You always walked a step behind. And I was the one with all the glory, while you were the one with all the shame. A beautiful face without a name for so long. A beautiful smile to hide the pain. Did you ever know that you're my hero? You're everything I would like to be. I can fly higher than an eagle with you as the wind beneath my wings. You are the wind beneath my wings. Oh, you are the wind beneath my wings. Fly, fly, fly high away. You let me fly so high, I almost touched the sky. Thank you, thank you, thank God for you. You're the wind beneath my wings. Thank you for having me.
Sonia! Yes. So you see my background now? You see I done went in the kitchen and everything. I was in there singing. You know, that's a song right there that everybody sings to. You know, it's a good thing everybody muted right now. It's a good thing everybody's muted because you would have heard everybody's voice on there singing with you. Now I know some people on there singing with you. It's all good. Thank you. Give it up for Sonia. Put it in the chat. 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 That was a classic right there. So thank you so much, Sonia. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. You know, I want to I don't know if everybody can see me or not, but is my hopefully y'all can see me.
We see you.
Okay. I'm not highlighted though. Okay. All right, so listen, really quick. Let me just keep it going real quick. Let me keep it going. So we're coming down to the end right now. Coming down to the end. There we go. There I go. Coming down to the end right now. And I want to let y'all know that some of y'all are feeling sorry for Jason. Okay. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him at all. He had to go. He finally had to go. You know, he got on a plane and he had to catch a flight on American Airlines, and he had to fly out. Okay, he had to fly out, and once he flew out, this is how the story goes. I'm just telling it how I heard it. Okay, this is Jason. This is my friend. We all got friends, special friends. We all got friends. Got on the airline. He was going. You know, got up there. It was cruising at a nice altitude. And the captain came on, and the captain made an announcement. He says, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Welcome to Flight 289, a nonstop flight from Miami to London. The weather ahead is good, and so we should have a nice and smooth, uneventful flight. Sit back, relax, and oh my gosh! After that, there was silence. Everybody on the plane was wondering what happened to the captain. Some moments later, the captain came back on the intercom and he says, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry if I scared you. While I was talking to you, a flight attendant accidentally spilled a cup of coffee in my lap, and you should see the front of my pants. Jason yelled out way in the back of the plane, well, you should see the back of mine. The back of my pants. Listen, our next performer is Thurman L. Johnson II. He is a young man filled with passion, love for music, and he's a fellow man. He, he enjoys inspiring students through the wonderful gift of music, which also falls in line with his goal to attain a master's degree in music education. I want y'all to get ready and give a warm welcome to Thurman Johnson. Thurman Johnson.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Toastmaster Thurman L. Johnson II. And this evening, I will be playing for you Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thurman, thank you. Thank you so much. Listen, I hope y'all really enjoyed tonight. It's been an amazing night. I hope y'all enjoyed it to the fullest. And this has just been a great night. Let me see here. Here. I might need some help on this one in closing. So I know we have some announcements to make in here. So let me see. I don't know if VJ can help me out here with some announcements. We have some announcements to make. No more jokes. Yeah, no more jokes. We wrapping it up now. Yeah, I hope y'all had an amazing night. We do have a couple of announcements to make. I don't know, VJ, are you on here?
Yes, sir. Give me a second.
Sure. Yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed the program. This was, I want to thank everybody for joining us and hanging in there. It's been a great night. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and the whole conference. Hope y'all been able to enjoy the whole conference. I did find it now. I have it now, BJ. Thank you so much. But encourage everybody to just continue to be a part of the conference. Encourage you to continue to say stuff in the chat. Want to remind you about a couple of things on the agenda for tomorrow. We do have some workshops from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., followed by a keynote speaker. Tomorrow we got it's Joe Gordon, but humorous contest, and then we have laughing yoga exercise with DTM Maurice Fuller, and we have DTM Rise, R-I-S-E, and also Into the Light band showcase between 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. All right. So listen, I hope y'all had a great time. I had a great time just hosting. I know we ran a little late tonight, but is there any other announcements I need to make? Put it in the chat. But okay, the evening fun begins at 6 p.m. Check everything's going so fast. It went right to amazing job, Paul Chance. Hey, listen, sorry. All right, so thank y'all so much for joining us. Like I said, continue to tune in tomorrow from 11 a.m. tomorrow to 1 p.m. It starts, so let's just keep it going. It's been a fantastic night. I want to thank everybody for being a part of this. I can't wait to see you too Saturday night. That would be great. District 47 has put on a fantastic conference so far. And let me see what else. Thanks for a lovely evening, everyone.
We're just going to keep praising you at this point.
I see. That's great, man. Hey, listen. But listen, it's bedtime for everybody. Everybody got to get up early in the morning.
Hey, Paul, before you go drop a note about your radio, man. You sounding like awesome.
Oh, okay. Yes, for sure. It's early in the morning. It's early in the morning every Sunday from 6:30 to 7:30. It's a great radio program. It's energetic. We have a lot of energy. Everybody's asking, it's 6:30 in the morning. How do you wake up with so much energy in the morning? Listen, God has given us life, giving us another opportunity at it. And I'm just happy to be alive and be on the radio program. It's WAVS1170.com. It's on the AM station. You can pick it up wherever you are. You can log in. It's WAVS1170.com. Every Sunday from 6:30 to 7:30. Actually, it's not just my radio program, it's my mom's radio program. And we are one of the few, or the only one I know, mother and son program that's on the radio. Been on the radio for about 10 years now. So I enjoy doing the program with my mom every Sunday morning. She wakes up early in the morning at 6:30 to 7:30 to do this program for the last 33 years on a Sunday. Unbelievable. My mom is, I don't want to tell you her age, but she's a young she's a young woman. She's a young woman. Did I have a good night?
Right? Did I get that link right, Paul?
That is great. That is great.
Make sure you move up. Yep. So make sure you move up. Man. Drop a picture, drop a link in the Hoover up so we can see and support, man. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank y'all, everybody. So we just sign off. This is how we ended.